So, gonna start out here. Match 1 of the latest tournament organized within the classic Hearthstone Discord. Damn, Daredevil patches. Okay. So organized by Theo here. This is on EU. We're doing, you know, Classic Plus. Playing the wild. Wow. It's a microaggression calling me dead. Playing the wild format. Get rid of my face there. So it's got all the buffs and nerfs that have come with the classic cards, you know, since the mode has been cut. So you'll see some pretty significant differences. Trying to think if there's any notable ones here. Like Taskmaster, extra bit of health, right? 2-3, that kind of thing. Sprint down here at 5 mana. So lots of changes. So the basic formats outline for all this. Give you just a little peek at this document that we got here. This is what the bracket looks like. There's a loser's bracket, but the loser's bracket does not bring you into the winner's bracket again. Would just take too much time, I think, to run through everything. So it's just an opportunity for people to play more. You know, if they get knocked out right away, have a little more fun. But this is a best of 7, which is a little bit different than what we've done before. It's a best of 7. Players are going to have to win 4 times. That means they're bringing 6 decks, 2 of which are banned, and they get an opportunity to lock in one of their decks, prevent it from being banned after the first ban phase. Hopefully that all makes sense, but basically, yeah, 2 decks banned. It goes ban, protect the deck, ban another deck. So we do have decks here posted in the Discord. Now that I realize it, I actually don't have the deck tracker up and running.
This guy's tough.
I'll get that up for future games here. But yeah, that's basically all we're gonna have is sort of the deck tracker, and then I'll just kind of tell you what's going on here based on what was just posted in the Discord itself. All comes in too late to be able to what do you call it? Actually, like, capture the image, that sort of thing. But things getting pretty spicy here, right? Theo in this this rogue deck, which is a pretty aggressive one, right? It's got Leroy, it's got double Arcane Golem, Leper Gnomes, so a lot of the stuff that you're expecting from sort of your classic Miracle Rogue, but without the actual Miracle element. So you got no gadgets in, but you got the 2 sprints instead, which, as you can see, 5 mana, draw 4, very, very powerful, very good into something that's trying to last for quite a long time, right? Something that is playing for the late game. And taking a little look at what ZapG is running. Oh, here we go. We got the deck tracker up. Thanks for blocking everything. Pretty standard Control Warrior. For the most part, except these Molten Giants. And we saw this a little bit last tournament. I think it might have been the same deck. Anyway, we've got 2 Molten Giants and 1 copy of Charge. So just an extra way to be able to push a lot of damage at the end of the game. It's also got a Faceless Manipulator, so you could do some sort of like Molten Giant, Charge, Faceless combo. Push a whole bunch of damage. Plus you've got Grom, so there's a lot of ways to deal damage to face. But everything else, pretty typical from just a quick scan here. But yeah, I think that kind of highlights everything we're looking at for this tournament. So, oh geez, and I guess I missed the Mountain Giant. Sitting here staring at the deck list. Also double Mountain Giant with the Moltens. I don't think that was in ZapG's deck the last tournament. Could be wrong here. I do really like what I'm seeing here from Theo, though. You could take an approach that's like, okay, I'll sap the Mountain Giant, forces you to replay it. Of course, you could for pretty cheap. But a lot of burst here, right? You've got Leroy with the Shadow Step. That's 8 mana, a bunch of damage. Or you can get, 8 damage with the Arcane Golem Shadow Step. You can push damage with this. Yeah, a lot of ways to push damage. So I think just saving that sap right now and saying, you know what, I'm actually okay to just take 8 damage if you send that face. Use health as a resource here, right? Being down at 16, it's a little scary because you've got this whole Molten Charge combo. But, what good is health if it's just going to sit there and do nothing? So, now, with the nerf to Leroy, right, being at 5 mana, can't go ahead and play that, do the Shadow Step combo. Sap, unfortunately, yeah, not going to be able to help out here for any bit of extra damage or something. Not like removing a taunt or something like that. So you've got 8 damage, 11, 12, 13, but now with the 7 armor, quite difficult to actually finish the warrior off here. I do like this though, right? Get as much damage as you can, and the advantage here, even though we're going to see the extra mana crystal here, the advantage of this being all armor, you can deal this damage without worry of the Molten Giant. Yeah, I think he saved that Shadow Step for the Leroy. So Molten Giant is playable, but it's not in that range where it's going to be free. You're not so worried about some big charge combo, something like that. Now, I did just mention right before VOD starts, I am just finishing up some post-workout food here. So, well, the warrior thinks about what to do. I'm just going to mute, kind of pick away at that for the next little bit.
Let the pain speak to me.
Alright, pretty easy lethal here. I think we see Theo just counting. Alright, what is 6 plus 6? Alright, so first win gonna go to Theo. Same kind of thing as we've seen in other tournaments, so now this deck is going to get retired for the series. Theo's going to have to pick something else. Zap G, still going to have to pick up a warrior win at some point, if they hope to actually win the set. But yeah, with this being best of 7, the decks do go a bit deeper, so I am quite excited to see exactly what everybody's brought. With it being a best of 5, you only had to pick up 3 wins. Now picking up 4 here in a best of 7, you basically need a whole nother class, right? Paladin was a very popular choice we saw before. Saw a decent amount of Shaman as well, and I think a pretty strong class. But I'm wondering, maybe do we see some more priests, some more mage, some of these underrepresented classes. There was a little bit of representation for hunter. Maybe somebody takes a stab at it. But yeah, a bit of a different test in this tournament. The last one, Watkins picked up the win. And, he said his strategy was just, hey, I just picked the best decks. I didn't really worry so much about what's going to counter what, and what is this sort of meta going to be like in this Classic Plus format. Instead, he just said, no, I'm going to play with the most solid decks. But the best set of decks in a best of 5 is much different than the best set of decks in a best of 7. It does change up quite a lot, having to add one more class. So Watkins is here in this tournament. Very, very talented player. Yeah, I'll be curious to see what everybody does. And we also saw this a lot from Zap G in our last tournament. Loves to just smack face. Now, I do think, so this is this Charger Wrath variant. You've got like Argent Commanders, Sword of Justice. It's really, I would say, like a mid-range list, but it tries to be very proactive. You want to claim the board early, and then you want to push damage over time. Yeah, you can be a little slow with some of it, just because Sword of Justice will get so much value as the game progresses, but that's why you saw that Argent Protector get coined out on turn 1. You know, you want to get a solid body on board and just start really building. You don't want to waste a turn. It's great if you have your Argent Squires or Work and Infiltrator in your starting hand, but if not, then yeah, you've got to kind of make plays like that. Now this is interesting. Now, Theo, I just see this Wind Fury. Makes me wonder a bit about what we're looking at. So he's got this listed as a control deck. Single copy of Wind Fury. I don't think there's a particular target for it. In fact, I'm strongly questioning why it's in the deck. He's got Alakir, he's got Ysera, Sylvanas, a couple fire elementals. So I think it's just there as like a one of, you know, if you've got a fire elemental on the board, you can slam it down. And then maybe couple it with like a Flame Tongue Totem. He actually doesn't have Rockbiter in the list either. Rockbiter being more expensive than it used to be, so yeah, I'm not sure that I love the choice, but I do like when people kind of step outside of the typical meta, try some different things. So from a spectator's point of view, I'm quite excited to see it. But if I'm rooting for Theo to get as many wins as possible, I'm not sure that this is what I'd love to see. Okay, I definitely like this. Huh. Okay, I guess opting not to use the hammer. I was sort of wondering why the choice to take extra damage here. This is big, though. Argent Squire, now with the 2/2. Pretty evenly matched at this point. Now, the thing is, this Shaman deck is going to do better as the game progresses, right? It is built to be a little more control heavy. I think it's got some more board removal tools in, you know, hexes and lightning storms, even a BGH if it comes to that on like a Tyrion, which is now 8/8. Actually double BGH. So yeah, a lot of tools to really have tempo swings in their favor. Whereas Zap G is scrambling here, trying to establish dominance on the board to be able to push that damage. This Hammer Wrath doing damage and drawing is going to really help, I think. Probably coupled with the True Silver to take over the board. But just so many good tools here to then recapture it. And you can see exactly that, right? Board gets completely cleared here. Things just get a little bit awkward, and yeah, I think Zap G, without some very favorable draws, could be struggling here in this matchup. So see what Theo decides to do with the board. I feel like at this point, it's a very obvious Cairn play. Paladin just doesn't have the tools to deal with Cairn very effectively. I'll take another look, but yeah, I don't think any silence or anything like that. The best you could really do is something like an Aldor, which we don't see. But even in that case, yeah, with the Flame Tongue there, makes it a little annoying. Okay, top decks the Aldor though. Just gonna buy some time for Zap G. Again, trying to establish the board here. But this is not really a hand that's gonna help you do that. So Theo, I think, in a very, very favorable position at the moment. Yeah, I like this. I think the thought process here of not wanting to commit too much to the board is pretty smart. You know, you are worried about some sort of equality consecrate play. Yes, that would give you your Bane still left over, but if you were to spill out something like Feral Spirit, still have the Overload on, and get that wiped, it can be pretty painful. But at this point, you can mitigate damage with either of these as a taunter. If you're worried at all about that, you could just play it very slow. Yeah, run out the Drake, hero power. See what he draws here.
My shield for Argus.
Yeah, I think this is very smart as well, trying to get Cairn into a spot where Theo might choose, you know what, I think I'm gonna actually sacrifice Cairn. Zap G, playing this slow, I guess hoping that draws somehow save them, but yeah, at this point I don't really see a conceivable way that they actually get back in the game. The Shaman can basically just like hero power and win at this rate. Yeah, really thinking things through here, trying to be as cautious as possible, but again, I don't think there's actually a bad line here. Okay, I take it back. That's a bad line. I don't like that. Because yeah, a quality consecrate, or even just a consecrate, your Cairn was sort of protecting against, and now this play just becomes so obvious. It's a full board clear instead of leaving you with the 5/5. And the thing is, you were protected before, right? Because you have this taunt, of course, rolling that taunt. If you at least have a taunt, it's not like they could have bashed through an exposed Bane there. So yeah, bit of a blunder here from Theo. Now, I don't know that this is enough that it's really going to cost him the game, but suddenly it does give Zap G an opportunity to do something here. just going in with Reckless Abandon. Somebody asking about the format in chat there. Yeah, going in with Reckless Abandon. Oh, with the Lightning Bolt, it actually is just enough to win. I didn't even see that. But yeah, would have even been able to steal the Stormwind. You know, guaranteed that you get a Charger on that same turn. Yeah, it was just such a good position that even given that mistake, very hard for ZapG to get back into it. But again, just highlighting that this is a best of 7. Okay, now it takes two more wins for Theo to actually take it. It doesn't feel so bad being down 2-0. I think when you're into that position where you're forced to do a reverse sweep, things feel very dire, because a lot of times you will have one bad matchup into the remaining deck that the other person has to win with. So not only do you have to win some sort of like even or slightly favored matchups, but then you also on top of that have to win an unfavorable matchup. But when you're here, you're still in a position where you can look at the 2 remaining decks, kind of try to think, all right, well, what is going to be my best option? What can I try to counter it with? And yeah, set yourself up for some kind of comeback here in the series. So we'll see what each player goes with. I don't know all the bans that have happened. Yeah, none of that's like here in the Discord or anything, so I'm not going to try to make any predictions as to what it is. But yeah, we're getting a Mage versus Warrior, so like I was saying, I think we're going to see a lot more of these underrepresented decks. I see Mage here. I actually see a Priest for ZapG as well. This Mage, it's just called Neo. So I don't know if this is a Matrix reference or what. The one next to it has a goofy name, the Shaman. Wow, with a Thrallmar Farseer. Okay, some very interesting choices here. I'm getting distracted by ZapG's deck. We're seeing 2 Ancient Mages in this list, which seems insane. But this looks to be a Tempo Mage, from what I can tell. It's got a decent amount on the high end. You've got Karen, Sylvanas, and Reg. But nothing else. No Antonitis, anything like that. You've got Arcane Missiles with these Argent Squires, Mana Worms, Sorcerer's Apprentice. Then yeah, into Ancient Mage. So really going to be trying to just set, well, the tempo of this game. Slam some stuff down on board. We know ZapG loves to go face. Going to do pretty well at that. Will be interesting to see how much fighting for the board they're going to want to do. And then if we take a look over here at Theo, you can probably tell just from looking at this, but this is a Worgen deck. I would say it looks very standard, if you're familiar with Worgen. So the idea being you get a Worgen down, you give it charge, and then you put all these buffs on it, like an Inner Rage, a Rampage. I forget the full combo. So everything that's not the Worgen combo is draw or board control, removal, that kind of thing. And then all those pieces of the combo, it lets you do up to like 32 damage in a single turn, something like that. Very, very, very powerful. Hard deck to pilot, as HDA pointed out the last tournament. Lots and lots of decisions to make. But when I look at this kind of matchup, normally you see Tempo Mage, okay, very unfavored versus Warrior, because Warrior tends to be of the control variety. But this deck's a little more reckless, right? You're using health as a resource to help you draw. Looks like there isn't, I believe it's called Commanding Shout. Is that the one? No, not Commanding Shout. Inner Rage? The one that's going to let you draw for every damaged minion. I don't see... Yeah, I don't see that in the list, but a lot of times you run it because you're okay with taking damage, you're using weapons, you're not trying to build up tons of armor, other than through, like, shield block, because, well, hey, it's a draw and it keeps you alive. So I actually do think that there's a pretty good chance here for ZapG to win this one. Okay, sort of splitting things here. Yeah, I guess I can see the idea of doing the trade. I think for the most part, it should just be, hey, let's deal as much damage to face as possible, but you're denying a bit of extra draw on the Acolyte, which is pretty important. When you can deny draw against this deck, I think it's a good choice. But 5 mana, good amount of cards in hand. You know, this is still a decent spot for... see what he does here. Yeah, still a decent spot for ZapG for the mage. You see, already bursting Theo down to 13 now. 2 shield blocks, obviously the hero power. There is a way out of this. So, very, very fortunate to be able to draw those. And we see now the Brawl. Theo might have a great opportunity to stabilize. But should be able to get the draw from the Blood Mage. I'm not sure that I loved using the Frostbolt there, just because you didn't get the spell damage with it. I think those spells, especially if you're running Ancient Mage, you really want to try to utilize them with as much spell damage as possible. I think the time where you're okay Frostbolting the face is if you're a little bit worried about a weapon coming down and maybe clearing a big minion. But the thing is, we know that that's not possible because the water element that hit face anyway. So, yeah, maybe a little bit questionable. ZapG, I don't think out of it at all. I would love to see Sylvanas come down here. Yeah. Yeah, now, obviously he doesn't know double shield block in hand, so I think he's sensing a bit of blood in the water here, right? Thinking, alright, if I can establish a big-ish minion down, I've got a fireball. Okay, I don't think you fireball now. I don't think you polymorph. There's a lot of stuff here. I'm not, a lot of lines of play ZapG is considering that I just don't think makes a lot of sense. Yeah, because once again, you're not getting the extra point of damage off of the spell power. I don't mind not making this hit just because the Acolyte is still frozen. And again, I guess just not wanting to give a bit of additional draw, because that would essentially be the same as using the hero power, but then you would get the draw. The thing is, at this point in the game, I think the extra draw is more important for ZapG than it is for Theo. Theo's hand pretty much full. And yeah, I guess ZapG just thinking, I want to finish this as soon as possible. Maybe worried that the combo's coming in another turn, thinking Sylvanas is too slow. But yeah, I don't think this is really going to work out, because now all of a sudden dealing, well, 12 and possibly 17 points of damage. It's really, really not easy. I'm not sure why you wouldn't shield block here either. Now, very hard to keep track of this. I see a Worgen, I see a charge, I see a Taskmaster, an Inner Rage, another charge. I'm not even going to try to do the math. But it's maybe lethal? Let Theo do the math for us. Just barely lethal, and yeah, I mean, I think ZapG at the very least correctly identifying, hey, it's a pretty dire situation, I want to close the game out. But I think maybe just a bit too quick to to start going face there. Of course, with caster vision, very easy for me to say that. Easy to criticize when you can see both players' hands, but yeah, we see it at the very least did not work out there. Okay, so this Warlock is what Theo's gonna have to get the final win with. Let's take a peek as to what exactly it looks like. So listed as an accelerated control deck. I think I see what he means. It's got a Jiraxis. You know, at the very high end, we see Sylvanas and Cairn. Lots of controlled tools, so like Hellfire, Black Knight, Double Siphon. So you're trying to get to Jiraxis, and you're using some of these early game tools to do it. So we got Argent Squires, and Void Walkers, and Knife Jugglers, things like that. So if you can get to the late game, you can get to Jiraxis. You can just spam that hero power button again and again and again. And yeah, you're in fantastic shape. Once you get to that point, very good chance that you win. Now looking through the deck, I see a couple Mortal Coils, a couple Acolytes, and a couple Drakes. That's about it for card draw. Other than obviously the hero power. So hopefully that's enough to actually get there. That's one of the big risks with a deck like this. If you've got something like Jiraxis where you can only have one copy in your deck, you have to get that one copy. You know, it can't be at the bottom of your deck. It can't be in the last 5 cards, generally speaking, for you to get any sort of value, for things to work. Which is, yeah, the downside of relying on a legendary card. If it's something where you've got 2 copies, you've got a game plan, you know, built around double Molten Giant and double Mountain Giant. There's a lot of consistency built into that. I did not realize Jiraxis was in the hand, but my point stands. Yeah, sometimes with these cards I'll squish at the top. I lose track. I think I was too busy looking at the deck list over here on the right. Apologies. But yeah, that's really the bit of inconsistency with a list like this. Other than that, I think it's quite solid. Now, we've seen what ZapG has to offer here. Paladin, a very strong class. You see Consecrate now down at 3 mana. But this isn't the usual variant. Usually you are going more control heavy. I'm not sure if this is maybe more favorable into a list like this, though, because it is trying to close out the game sooner. You see, Argent Commander, you know, it's an immediate 4 damage, and what you're used to in Classic is being worried about bringing a Control Warlock down to 7 health. I mean, that's a free Molten Giant, but there is no Molten Giant, so yeah, really no fear of that. If there was any kind of taunt wall put up, I'm assuming there's Argus or something in here. Yeah, double Argus. You'd be able to equality and just trade some small minions into it, get through it pretty quick, maybe Stormwind if you had to. So I do think actually ZapG looking very, very good here. You can get a tiny bit of heal, but I don't really see a line without some very lucky draws here. Yeah, maybe off of the Acolyte. With the tradable BGH. I don't really see a line where Theo's able to stabilize.
My eyes are open.
The light protects me.
Interesting. So I don't know. ZapG just loves damage. It's a little hard to even commentate some of these moves at this point, because if it does damage, ZapG is just going to pull the trigger and do it. I am surprised it wasn't like a Stormwind to the face or something. You see now with that extra draw, you actually have the opportunity to draw off of Mortal Coil if you want. We've got the Defender. Now let's see, what would this actually look like? I think you have to Defender, probably have to Coil. You can get a draw off of this if you really want. Thing is, you can't really do both of those and dig for any kind of real heal. You definitely do the Coil first. I think here, though, you just have to Defender. Yeah, and just sit and pray. Right, Dio might survive another turn. There's only 2 sources of damage here. 2 immediate sources of damage. Certainly some draws that would bail ZapG out. It's not going to be one of them, though. Interesting also to protect there, not back on the Argent Commander. Okay, now we see a bit of heal here. So the one additional mana is going to let you get into Jiraxxus for 5 armor. So it's different than classic Jiraxxus. You don't go to 15 life. It is the advantage of being able to go beyond 15, but you just get that immediate 5 armor. So sometimes better, sometimes worse. Is it a buff or nerf? I don't know. And the mana cost is different. Very hard to evaluate. We also have the heal off of the Siphon Soul. So you could do something like, yeah, you see him hovering over the Argus. Argus with a Siphon Soul. Now just thinking through here, if you were to say like hit, that's 5-6 damage. Jiraxxus, yeah, I guess would keep you alive a bit. The one advantage of Jiraxxus into something like Defender is that then you'll be able to hero power on the following turn. And you can Defender your 6-6, turn it into a 7-7. It's a pretty big taunt to get through. Now the disadvantage is you're so low at that point. Oh, no, you gotta make a hit so he can't just trade favorably. You're so low at that point that there's a lot of top decks that would just win you the game, right? A Ham or a Consecrate, something like that. Doesn't look like it's gonna matter there. ZapG able to secure a win. And yeah, again, we'll have to see how this Warlock, how does it do against all these other decks? We've seen the Mage. What else? And a Warrior. Neither of which I think are completely unfavored. It's very hard for me to tell, though, right? I haven't had extensive experience in this mode. I mean, people are still figuring it out. Not like we have a lot of data to go off of, but there's a decent amount to draw from and just kind of logical conclusions. Your normal, like, well, what kind of things do aggro do well against your control, that sort of idea. So definitely interested to see, yeah, how things are going to stack up here. I think, just thinking about it, the Mage might be one of the better lists. The Warrior, I'm not so sure about it. I guess we'll find out. Just because the Warrior's so slow. Oh, and we see Jiraxxus in the opening hand. Oh, this is bad. Oh, but he throws away Jiraxxus. I think that's a huge mistake. I don't think Theo needs to worry about establishing an early game. I think that early game establishment is only good against, like, your aggro, your mid-range. But against a deck like this, like, the Warrior just won't kill you. The Warrior's kill conditions are like Molten Giants with Charge and a Faceless and Grom. Like, it's all stuff at or beyond the mana cost of what Jiraxxus is. And now he's playing this game where he's digging through his deck to find Jiraxxus, and it was in his opening hand. I think a lot of people just sort of blindly, you look at that, you go, well, it's an 8 mana card, I can't play it for a long time. I'll throw it back, right? I don't need it. And it seems logical right off the bat, but if he doesn't come into Jiraxis again, that's his win condition. He had his win condition in his opening hand, and now suddenly doesn't.
Speak to me.
I would say that single move probably swung things into ZapG's favor by like double-digit percentages. Now, obviously, we'll see. I wonder if he's thinking about trading one of these BGH's back just because he's got two. But there's so many targets in this deck. I don't think that's a good idea. The other thing to consider, I think a lot of times you might actually look at a Siphon Soul against this Acolyte and be like, yeah, that's good. Hard to say. Yeah, keeping the two BGHs, but denying probably two draws. I think it's probably correct, actually. The more I think about it, you know, it's going to take longer to get into those Mountain Giants now. You can't just slam them down on this turn. Yeah, I think that's probably the move. So, a pretty good read there by Theo. But these are the types of situations, something I really like about this, you know, classic plus format, whatever you want to call it. These are situations that you just didn't come across before. Like, who runs Mountain Giant and Molten Giant in Warrior and Siphon Soul in this, like, accelerated control deck, but it was 4 mana, right? You have to relearn a lot about the game. So here, this is where Theo's kind of executing his plan. All right, I'm getting these small minions. I'm establishing the board. But you can see what it gets into. It. You know, another Acolyte. Okay, you can tap some more. I guess it's fine. But now these big bodies that are going to dominate the board are going to start coming down for ZapG. And if we don't see a Jiraxis in maybe the next 5 or so cards, I think he's really going to be kicking himself. Now he's got to throw back a BGH. Yeah, it's really interesting. A lot of people will look at these games, any game, right? Especially card games, but it happens in a lot of strategy games. And you see the last few turns where somebody dies or something, and you go, "Oh, that was the deciding factor." I actually wouldn't mind a faceless on this, by the way. I think that's probably the better play there. But yeah, they'll focus so much on that. We're in a situation here where this game could be entirely decided, or heavily influenced at least, by the mulligan, right? You know, all these decks are in the Discord. Your opponent can see them. Theo's already played against this deck in the set. Yeah, I think he should really be thinking, that's just an automatic keep. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see what happens now. I like Sylvanas here.
I have no time.
It can test the board pretty well. It is a pretty good counter to Cairn. Damage starting to be more of a concern here. Not a lot of burst from Theo, so 14 it's looking low. But it's really not panic mode for ZapG, especially being able to hero power every turn, right? Build up some armor. The other thing being, you've got a Molten Giant. You could do something like hit with the Fiery War Axe, play the Molten Giant, and then armor up, right? Now here's where I think ZapG maybe gets into trouble, and based off of not facelessing this earlier, of course that would not have gone well with Sylvanas, but I'm worried ZapG is going to be so focused on, I need to make this Molten Giant faceless combo work, and that shouldn't be the win condition either. I think this should be a case where you're trying to establish big bodies on the board, even like, you know, faceless against Sylvanas or something. Because obviously, yeah, you don't want your opponent to take a big minion, but you can't just ignore the board and just let Sylvanas hit your face, or let Sylvanas 50-50 for the 5-5. But yeah, it does. It just feels too passive. And okay, here we go. We get into Jiraxis. It's about 1 turn too late, which ends up not being a huge deal. But you can see there was about a 50% chance that the card ended up remaining in the deck here at this point. So yeah, we'll see what happens here. Now, is there an effective way to take out this Acolyte? Not really. Not really. Because what you'd love to do is take out the Acolyte, hit. This came down first, so you'll be able to steal with the Death Rattle. I mean, you could do something like Power Overwhelming hit. Just not the worst. The other thing you could do is Power Overwhelming on the Sylvanas and hit there, and then you steal the entire Cairn. Yeah. I don't hate that either. But see, I think this is the trouble. By playing so passively, if you just accepted that Theo was going to take one pretty big minion, right? Whether it's a Molten Giant, whether it was another Cairn off of the Faceless, it was your own Sylvanas, I think you'd maybe still be in this, but now you're in big catch-up mode. With Jiraxis coming down, I just don't see... Oh, jeez. And the BGH. I mean, pick your poison here. It's actually a bit of a question, though.
I've got the beast in my...
Yeah, because I wouldn't hate a Jiraxis play there. The Mountain Giant doesn't really do all that much for another turn. I think the reason to maybe not play Jiraxis here is now that he's... What the hell is this? Turn off. I didn't mean to do that. Now that he's 8 mana, right, you can play him next turn with the hero power in the same turn, whereas previously you had to have that 1 turn setup. So maybe it's just that my brain is kind of in that mode. Now Theo just thinking about Molten Giants here. Does he deal the extra point of damage or not? That's the thing, unlike your typical handlock, this deck isn't full of like Defenders and Sun Furies and all these things that are gonna, build up a giant font wall. So everything here is gonna take a couple turns to actually be able to help clear the board, and I think it's just gonna be too slow. And we have 12 damage. 12 damage with either Jiraxis or Hellfire. You could go for something really cheeky, try to Mortal Coil your own Argent Squire after a Hellfire. Dig for the Power Overwhelming. Okay, maybe it's a little too nutty. Yeah, or you could just drink. But no, I think this is pretty much solidified for Theo at the moment. You play out Jiraxis. Play your hero power, right? You even get a little bit of armor. Just in case. You've got this weapon that is just going to slowly chip away. And you're going to deal so much damage that, you're not concerned with dropping into Molten Giant range. It's like, be my guest. Get a Molten Giant, give it charge, and Faceless it, and I'm still alive, right? That's 20 damage. Okay, but still choosing not to. 11, 14, 15. Yeah, not gonna matter. Just dead here on board. I think there was a way to survive there with like Rom execute, but game pretty well out of hand. ZapG just essentially conceding there. Don't think that's so crazy. So Theo's going to take it, advance to the next round. We'll see who else we have to jump into. So, we've got Damask versus Freaks going on. Yeah, let's hop in. So it doesn't look like wins are updated on the fly, so not sure what the status of this series is or anything. Oh boy, interesting game. Yeah, I guess we see here Damask in. Boy, is this Twist? The symbol? He's quite high legend there. I think Freaks was quite a good player in Classic. I mean, I know we saw a lot of Freaks in tournaments, but I think laddering-wise, pretty good as well. This is looking like Zoo versus some sort of handlock adaptation here. Pretty good draw here. Going to be able to effectively use
My shield for Argus.
use all their mana here. Okay, yeah, I'm looking. Let's see if I can find Freaks. What is this?
So
We
many
got like some
possibilities.
web link that we got to go to actually look at deck lists, I guess. Warlock. Okay, so there are Molten Giants in this deck, which is really what I was digging for. What I was looking to find out. And it makes sense. That's why there's the consideration. Does it matter for the damage? And Molten Giants cost 22 now, right? So they're actually worse than they were in Classic. Harder to get out. And, you know, normally that might not have seemed consequential, like the difference between 8 and 11. But a much bigger difference when a Molten Giant is 22. Yeah, Freak's just doing what he can to survive. Ooh. That is going to be very, very nice here. So 1 damage off of lethal.
So many possibilities.
Probably just thinking about where to allocate the damage. How much do you want to play out? Because you have to know Jiraxis is a possibility, right? Essentially a heal of 5. You've got Siphon Souls. But it is nice to bring your opponent down. I think one of the things you're considering is like, alright, well, Hellfire could clear my board, but if I just push a lot of damage, you can't Hellfire. I suppose now with the mana reduction to Siphon Soul, you could do something like Siphon Soul Hellfire, just to barely stay alive, but, you know, with the buff here, now Defender's going to survive, you'd have to trade into this to get the second half of the Golem down. And then I think that's where the decision to play out the Flame Imp comes. Not really going to be a concern. And I don't see a way to survive here for Freaks. Again, not knowing what the series is at. If this is maybe like series on the line, Freaks might just be running through every single possibility. Like, please, there's got to be an out here. I believe the out is hero power. I'm done. Alright, so we'll see if this series continues. We'll just kind of hang out here. It's going to be a good time for me to take a bathroom break, fill up on water. But I'll be back to finish this, or we'll jump into another one.
soul shall be mine.
I will fight with honor.
Alright, so it looks like we do have more going on. I'll just hide those numbers for now so it's not confusing if people are just jumping in later here. But we're seeing, yeah, Paladin versus this handlock. So it looks like Damask is just running typical control Paladin. Let's see. Can I find the lists? I only see 3 lists here for Damask. Am I blind? Did he not post them? Oh. Oh, I see. They're just formatted very, very strange in Discord. Okay. Got it. So, taking a look. High end, you do have Tyrion. Got a couple Guardian of Kings. You've got a Cairn. But then it's dropping off into Kodos. It is very control-y in that there's like a lot of removal and kind of mitigation tools. One humility, a couple of qualities, the ooze, double pyro. And not really a lot of ways to deal damage. So to me, this feels like one of those control decks where, yeah, you just want to not die. And, oh, Damask, I guess message while I was in the bathroom. 2-2. Okay, 2-2. I can toss that up. 2-2. Perfect. Thank you, Damask. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So I think that's kind of the goal of this Paladin deck. Just don't die. And if you don't die, you can just keep playing the hero power, get that sort of infinite value off of it. And you've got great ways to not die now. So much more heal than you ever had. Paladin always had good, you know, board control tools with Quality Consecrate and Pyromancer. But there are a lot of threats here to deal with, right? I'm going to jump back, take another look at this deck here from Freaks. So there is the Mind Control tech, which, oh, that's right, there's a pretty significant change here. So it's 5 mana. If you have 4 more minions take control once, you actually get to target what you steal. Which would be very interesting with this Paladin hero power. So yeah, keep that in mind. It is open deck lists, so, you know, he knows that that's a possibility, but, yeah, going to be very, very interesting here. So otherwise, we do see the Leroy. There is a Faceless Manipulator, but the thing is, Leroy can't get power overwhelming here, right? Being 5 mana plus the 5 mana from Faceless. There is no power overwhelming. That's just going to be 12 damage. So the Faceless, I think, is probably more flexible in that spot. Sure, you could deal an extra 6 damage off of the charge, but you might want to steal an opponent's minion or copy an opponent's minion. You might want an extra Molten Giant, extra Mountain Giant, something with Taunt. Lots of options. But yeah, I think a pretty standard handlock with, you know, just a few small variations given the format. Sneezed. biggest sneeze that I saved you guys from. Holy shit. I almost died. If just all of a sudden I stopped talking, it's because I muted, sneezed, and my head exploded. So yeah, you're seeing that now. Like, look at this hand. This hand is not really going to push all that much damage. You're at 7 mana, you just, okay, I guess I'll hero power. You know, make sure I don't overdraw when the time comes.
Your magic shall not save you.
That's where you might see something like a Peacekeeper, a Humility. God, I gotta blow my nose after that. 1 sec, guys. Apologies.
I wonder.
Okay, so yeah, still thinking about this. You know, the Acolyte would be a fine play, I think, if Damask wasn't sitting here at 10 cards. But now this is, you know, this is a bit of a threat. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see double Aldor, because in another turn, right, you start to look at these Moltens. Obviously, like Faceless, Jiraxis, the possibility of Twilight Drakes, Mountain Giants. There's a lot of opportunity for, like, in 2 turns to be taking a lot of damage. So, you know, still with double Equality in hand, another Humility. I think you're fine running out double Aldor. You want to establish something on the board and start to contest a little here. Both players, all these tools in hand, pretty well set for their game plan. Yeah, now just a bit of how exactly do the draws and the decks line up against each other. And I don't think it's going to be a very obvious outcome here, right?
Speak to me.
Yeah, especially I love this with the Ooze. We're seeing a lot of Ooze in these decks. I really noticed it in the last tournament. Seen it again this time here. More so than Harrison. Actually, we only saw a little bit of Harrison the last time. But especially, I mean, a situation like this, you wouldn't even want that many draws. And now, that's right. I was going like, what is glowing? What could possibly be glowing? Normally, what would be a great steal is this 1/4 Acolyte. But again, I don't think you want to draw that much, so... Now, the concern here is we've essentially turned into a game where we've got Paladin and we've got Dark Paladin, right? And just like you'd expect, Dark Paladin's hero power is way better than lame-ass Uther's hero power. 6 times better, in fact. So this game plan of just like, I'll spam dudes and get infinite value, you're going to get outvalued 6 times over every turn by Giga Chad Dark Paladin man over here. So at some point, Damask does have to find a way to deal damage. I think the saving grace here is that... Still kind of trying to figure this play out. But I hate it. I think the saving grace here is that Damask has a lot more healing. So if he's taking 6 damage per turn, okay, you know what? I can deal with that. I can out-heal it, and I can play something else to contest and try to clean things up. You know, he's got the double Equality, double Pyromancer, but... yeah, I'm not sure I like the idea of trading things into the board here. I think Damask has to start thinking... well, I need a way to push damage, so therefore I need to directly push damage. And that means trying to keep things on the board. Like, a play like this looks very, very good from his position. And he's probably going to have to, you know, Humility Kodo another Infernal here. But he's only going to have so many plays like that. And I think, yeah, maybe just playing a little too cautiously, a little too much like you're, I'll say, supposed to play this deck, and not so much adapting to the situation of, oh no, I have to deal tons and tons of damage.
Your magic shall not save you.
Reporting for duty.
Yeah, because Freaks, on the other hand, is totally happy making trades like this. Like, oh, I'll hit, I'll keep a minion on board. Like, who cares if you even kill this with, like, a second Consecrate or something. Yeah, I'll just spawn another one every single turn. And at some point, he's going to be able to drop some of these and actually have quite a bit of damage to push. Hellfire, fine, right? 20 life, not a lot of burst. Yeah, very dire here. I think you have to do the equality play. Okay, really, really good draw, though. You can follow it up with the Drake at the very least. But threats are seriously running out here for Damask. This is all French. Should I be saying like Damask? Is that the proper way to say it? Who knows? Anyway, Freaks, I guess gonna make it 3-2. I'm assuming that that's accurate. I'm now just second guessing when I got that message when it was 2-2. So I think 3-2. I think Freaks just needs one more win here. Okay, Mage versus the Paladin.
I will fight with honor.
Now let's see, what are we looking at for Mage? Taking a look, it's very... I mean, it is Freeze Mage, basically. Interesting. Okay, so we got our barriers, our blocks, Pyroblast, Alex draws it. No Antonidas. Single Blizzard. Everything else looking pretty standard. I was trying to think. We haven't seen a lot of Freeze Mage, and somehow in my head, I thought that there was a reason why we didn't see a lot of it in this Classic Plus format. Now, I don't know if that has to do with actual card changes, or is that just now matchups? What's kind of more popular? It just doesn't stack up as well. You know, there's obviously that huge fear of Freeze Mage into Control Warrior. It's like a nearly unwinnable matchup. Very, very unfavorable.
Mind if I roll knee?
Into Paladin, though, I don't think it's going to be much easier. Especially with the changes that we've seen. So, like, if we think things through, normally what you want to do, you want to play Alex Draza, bring your opponent down to 15, and then deal 15 points of damage the next turn, right? That is the Freeze Mage combo. What does that look like versus Control Paladin? Well, Control Paladin just holds on to Holy Light, maybe more. They go from 15 to 23 instantly for 2 mana, and they can, you know, build up a board and try to kill your Alex Draza, whatever it is that they need to do. A very cool play there, actually, killing the Novice, so no draw off the Acolyte. Yeah, very heads up by Freaks, I like that. So I do think this is going to be very, very difficult, especially seeing the Holy Light in hand. You know, we already know that Damask is going to be prepared for that kind of combo. So I'm trying to think here, what could this look like? What does a win look like for Freaks? A lot of times, if you're playing against Control Warrior, your out is Antonidas. There is no Antonitis to generate more fireballs, so
Reporting for duty.
that's also going to be an enormous issue here. Yeah, it's going to have to be some sort of multi-turn setup with a bunch of damage. I guess it's got to be Alex into like Pyroblast, into double Fireball, Frostbolt, something like that. The only good thing here for Freaks, I think, is that Paladin, and especially this Paladin deck, just doesn't deal a lot of damage. So when you're able to actually go ahead and like Flame Strike, which is now 5 damage to all enemy minions, you're going to remove a lot of damage from the board. He's not going to be able to repopulate it that easily. Though what I am curious about, what we don't normally see, and yeah, we don't see it here. Ooh, it's going to be tough. No Polymorph. So this Tyrion is just an absolute nightmare. There is a BGH in the deck for Freaks, but shooting Tyrion, which is now in BGH range, and giving your opponent an Ashbringer, also not going to be very easy to deal with. So on top of all the difficulties that I just described, I think what we'll have to see is a BGH against Tyrion, and then constant freezes against Uther, right? The more I describe this, the more I'm thinking like the win percentage here for Freaks has got to be like 4% or something. And that's not even just given the hand or anything like that. That is just these two decks against each other. I think it is probably single-digit win odds. Now, of course, that builds a ton of hype in the case that he actually does win it, but I would not be holding on with bated breath here.
Let the pain speak to me.
None shall rise. Put your faith in the light.
Yeah, so here's Tyrion. Currently no answer. Now you can take 8 damage here. You could ping 2 if you want to be able to actually just deal damage. Normally I think you'd actually be okay with like Alex on 9 and then making that hit. Yeah. Like this is unfortunate because the bubble's still going to be on Tyrion, but you want to rush it out as early as possible. Try to minimize the amount of healing your opponent can get. But Damask gets the perfect answers here with a BGH, a Holy Light, and even... No, not quite enough mana for the True Silver, so... I mean, there's a lot of different ways to deal with it. As Damask, you could be like, I'll just make this trade, it's very efficient, but there's not really another BGH target. I think the bottom line here is that these choices are probably just not very consequential. Yeah, very likely not something you need to sit and dwell on.
I must move quickly.
Yeah, but something like this is fine. Just, and maybe this is just fear from Damask being like, well, is there any way to, you know, die after that Holy Light? Maybe I'll just maximum heal. And I think that's a totally reasonable response. You can't actually think of a way to lose, but you can think of a way that you don't know how to lose, kind of thing, you know? Like, what if I didn't consider this and this and this? And yeah, Freak's just trying to burst down as much as possible. And the good thing here, you know, you're not going to be able to swing off of the True Silver to get any additional healing there. What? Oh, the tradable. I'm so dumb. I thought he was going to shoot his own Tyrion, because it will force you to actually shoot your own minion if you go ahead and play. But here, yeah, probably just digging for more healing, which makes a lot of sense. Freaks, you know, can Pyroblast for the 11. Doing everything he possibly can. He does have a barrier, doesn't yet have an ice block. Okay, it's gonna remove 1 damage potential. Which is actually probably still worth it. So Freaks is not out of it. Oh, okay, I mean, these are great draws. The only problem is you can't deal all this damage with Pyroblast and still stay alive. So the other way, if you go Barrier, you're at 23. You're looking at 20 damage. You Frostbolt Ice Lance the face. That means he can't swing with True Silver to finish you off. Actually a real chance here. I mean, that's what you have to do anyway. You don't even have to read that your opponent would have a True Silver, right? You're looking at 9, 17, 20 damage. Okay. This gets you to 23. You're fine. This is 7 damage, 8 with the ping. Next turn, you can Pyroblast. Okay, I guess just thinking with Arcane Intellect is going to be better than the 1 damage here from the ping. Which might be true. I think it probably is true. Yeah, because you're still down into, like, fireball range should something happen. Holy. Well, okay, 4%. Well, it happened. I'm actually... Okay, maybe I was wrong on the percentages. That's probably the more likely case. But I think this was... I do stand by the fact that this is highly, highly, highly unlikely for Damask to win this. Especially with all that healing and... Yeah, Freaks just drawn into the right amount of damage at the right amount of time. It played very well, though. I should highlight that. Essentially a perfect read of the situation. Knowing what his outs are. But I'm really, really surprised that, yeah, he was able to get into enough damage. Had Alex at just the right time. Now, I don't remember how his mulligans went, or I guess I wasn't paying attention. I think it came back during it, but I am curious when he actually got that Alex. If Alex was during the mulligan phase, that would be really an outstanding decision there. So, yeah, Freak's going to actually take the series there. Very, very impressive. Wow. Okay, I'm jumping over to the spreadsheet, seeing if anything is updated. I'll give it a refresh just in case, but it looks like no. Yeah, we did have a forfeit that got Watkins into the next round. We saw these two play. Theo preparing to battle. Zap G preparing to battle. So I think we're going to try our best to stick to the winner's bracket. Like I said, the loser's bracket is just kind of for fun. People can hop in there. They're the winner of the loser's bracket, but they don't get a chance to get back into the winner's bracket. So, yeah, probably a good time if you need a little break here. Go ahead and do it. So we do see Zap G. I'm not sure. We didn't get everyone else added, which is unfortunate. Other people didn't add us. So Theo, I think, is going to be against Mr. Alaz, if I'm reading this right. Acer a whiff? Boy, I'm really... actually, it could be either. No, Mr. Alaz... I'm trying to see who won that one. Mr. Alaz saying, no, I lost. Okay, so Mr. Alaz lost. So it'd be Acer a whiff is going to be up against Theo. Freaks will be against Watkins. And this is essentially like the semi-finals here. So I guess just while we're waiting, so we got something going on, you know, flip on some TV in the background. Why not? We'll have Zap G against Acer a whiff. Help me out here. What do you guys figure this is? Oh, no, Mr. Alaz. Oh, right, because this is the loser's bracket. Sorry, Acer a whiff would be against Theo. So I'll just be paying attention here. Yeah, this is where we see the Thrallmar, the Wind Speaker. Yep, G. She loves pushing damage. But yeah, as soon as we see one of these, I would really like to actually see Watkins versus Freaks. I think that's going to be a really, really fun matchup. Two heavyweights going at it. They're probably just dealing with bans now, right? Freaks just finished up.
Feel the power.
You know, might need a quick break after that series. Also, yeah, with them having to deal with bans. But at least we get a little sneak peek into a wind-furied jungle panther. Very cool. Not something I figured I'd see today. Incredible. I'm sure I showed this off on stream one day, but like somebody did a great drawing where they extended the art on this so it looks like Thrallmar Farseer is riding a motorcycle with his hair blowing back in the wind. I'm sure you can kind of picture it, right? His hands up. Pretty incredible. Here, Orin Warrior, what is this? Now I'm just curious. Well, we're waiting for the next match to start. I see Freaks typing, so we're probably close. Mr. Alaz. Any decks from Mr. Alaz here? Oh yes, Mr. Alaz had the most hilariously zoomed out decks ever. The priest here. Oh, this priest is wacky. This looks like the basic, like, priest deck that they give you. Questing Adventurer, Light Warden. Yeah, that Tauren. What is it? Light Spawn? It's on a different language, so too French for me. What is it? The champion do the 7-mana 6/6. Give everybody +1/+1. Wacky.
You will regret this.
Oh, Freaks just putting the outcome of that series. But yeah, I really do. I think that's going to be a good one. I mean, the winner of Watkins and Freaks is going to go on to face either Theo or Acer Awith. Now, this Acer Awith, which I'm probably saying entirely wrong, I don't know anything about, right? Could be the greatest player of all time. But Acer Awith took out Mr. Alaz here. He's running some goofy decks, and once again, I don't know anything about ability-wise, so hard for me to get a gauge on how good that's going to be. So Theo, we've seen a decent amount of, but
A mistake.
you know, sorry Theo, not to dog on you a bit. Would certainly be the underdog against both Freaks and Watkins, just because we've seen those two do very well in tournaments, very well in ladder. I think it said Watkins was like a #1 ladder player at some point. So, yeah, very, very good players. So we're going to see, yeah, the favorite opponent come out of the top part of that bracket. The underdog come out of the bottom part, I think is kind of the summary there. And, you know, I love a good underdog story, so I will be rooting for
It is finished.
the winner of that game to actually at least put up a good fight against Watkins or Freaks, but would love to see exactly what happens there. Well, just while we're doing this, we do have a win here for that G. yeah, things are getting set up for Watkins and Freaks, but get to see what happens here. Oh, I'm actually curious now. We've got who did this jump us into? Is this still Zap G? Okay, never mind.
Who asked for it?
We're not gonna be able to spectate. Or I guess we can't jump from one. Hold on now. If I leave. Like I said, I'd rather stick to the winner's bracket, I think, as much as possible. So also give Acer here a chance to be on stream. Although, oh, Marvin Clay is what we got here. Marvin Clay, according to this. Yeah, of course, you got like Discord names and you know, BattleNet names and everything like that. So sometimes there's some mismatches there. We'll jump away from this when we can. Don't have Marvin here added. Yeah, game 1 of the winter semis. Yeah, so not actually sure what we're really up against here, but was that it? Is it a win, I guess? Okay. Nice work, Theo. Let's see if we can figure out through Discord. There we go. Acer. Taking a look at that Shaman deck. Everything's all squished, but it looks like a pretty typical mid-range. Some interesting stuff there. I think that's a Farsight. For some reason, that one deck is completely squished out of the rest. But let's see. Okay, against the Paladin. So this Paladin deck.
I fight in the
Whoa.
name of honor. The time for
Okay,
dreaming is
I
over.
kind of want to stick here for a bit. Lots of interesting lists here. This Paladin deck with Sea Giants, double Sea Giant, knows Dormu, Leroy Jenkins, double BGH, double Voodoo Doctor. This is a wacky, wacky, wacky deck. I cannot see the synergy with Sea Giants other than hero power. So I don't understand that. Knows Dormu synergizes with playing against bad players, I guess? Or maybe players that think a lot? We've got very good players who think a lot. I know Theo likes to take his time, so maybe that's a good matchup. But yeah, these are some wacky, wacky lists. And it looks like a freeze mage here for Theo. Yeah, pretty typical freeze mage. Double Pyroblast. Pretty interesting. Other match still taking a sweet time. Well, that gives us an opportunity to maybe see a Sea Giant, so I'm good with that. That being said, no Storm against Freeze Mage. It's actually one of the best times to have it. Freeze Mage, you tend to want to think a lot about your plays. Feels a lot more like a chess game. You know, a lot of people say like solitaire or something like that. It's kind of like you're playing against yourself. A lot of times you're not playing too heavily to your opponent. Not sure I like that move there. Or that one. Getting lots of draws here. But you don't really want to give a Freeze Mage draws. If you're running Mountain Giant, okay, sure. Now, this doesn't really help your Sea Giant. What?
An oversight.
I'd have to agree. I think potentially 3 misplays in a row there. Yeah, if you're Marvin, I think you want to keep that Acolyte down, keep drawing. Even if you're going to, like, coin hero power, seems a little unnecessary, but at least that would sort of do something. You're not really denying anything with that Doomsayer. Theo doesn't want to play many minions at all, and the ones that he does want to play, he doesn't care about at all. They're just there to like draw, or it's a Doomsayer of his own. So. Okay, pushing some damage. At least gonna be good there.
Reporting for duty.
Okay, so not really sure what the Doomsayer has denied here, but is denying something, I have to imagine, on 6 mana. Now that being said, also not sure about the swings. It's nice chipping away at the armor here. You do have to push some damage, but this is that same situation we were in before where, you know, you do want to save heal for after Alex draws it. That is the win condition for Paladin a lot of the times. Now this is a strange Paladin deck, so this isn't exactly going to play out like the last game did. Actually silencing the Doomsayer, okay. Wouldn't have been terrible to silence the Loot Hoarder even. Hey, you two. Fight. Fight each other. Duke it out. Yeah, I do think with the double bans, it does take a little while longer to get these other matches underway. And it's understandable that people want a little bit of a break. I mean, I get pretty exhausted. Playing these games that exercise your brain a fair bit. I can imagine playing through a whole tournament. Certainly does that. Okay, unfortunately no Stormu this turn. But there's potential for it next turn, because we saw the coin come out. There we go, there's the Sea Giant. Hell yeah. Yeah, probably is a Blizzard play. I'm gonna go ahead, play Activision, play Microsoft, whatever you want to call it. There it is. There it is. Let's give it all the beauty that it deserves. So do you just Blizzard again? I don't hate, like, Blood Mage Blizzard, to be honest. You can just Blizzard Hero Power. Oh, it's just great. It's going to force the Paladin to go faster, too. I don't know. I know there were, like, lots of bugs around this card before, where, like, if you were playing actions that would overlap onto the opponent's turn, it could, like, cause them to not be able to play any cards. I don't know how, like, bug-free No Storm is nowadays. But damn, if it isn't interesting. So we've got double Frost Nova here. We've got Flame Strike. No, don't Flame Strike. We were just having fun. We were just having fun. If you kill No Stormu, not only does it end the effect going forward, it ends it immediately this turn. Yeah. Now we get to see a normal game. Well, alright. That was it. It was fun. Freaks preparing to battle. Good. Good.
Put your faith
Yeah,
in
let's
the
move
light.
on. That's all we really cared about.
Reporting for duty.
Now, just while I'm trying to find things that are interesting about this game, did they ever, or what effect would happen if they were to have like an unsilence effect? I'm just thinking, like, imagine you had a card like this, you had silenced it, but there was always the potential to like unsilence and bring it back. I feel like it'd make for some interesting plays, and it wouldn't be like, well, of course I don't know what cards are in Hearthstone nowadays, but I don't feel like, at least in Classic, it would be like a very strong effect, so you wouldn't even have to compensate with like a serious stat reduction. But it would just be kind of a wacky thing in cases like this, or Karen Sylvanas, stuff like that. It could be kind of fun. Okay, I'm seeing information trickle in. Watkins banning Paladin and Druid. Freaks banning Paladin and Warrior. Yeah, not surprising to see Paladin bans. I think it is the strongest class, typically, in this Classic Plus. There's the turn. We're just going to jump right over it. Best of luck, Theo and Marvin. Have fun. But yeah, we haven't got to see any Watkins today. We did get to see some Freaks, but yeah, because I think this is going to be, as I said, very interesting match. Whoever wins this is certainly the favorite to win the tournament. It means it might be our only chance to see Watkins. Yeah, with how good of a player he is. Certainly, gotta take advantage of that. So, okay, let me reset these wins. Now, Watkins the last time, as I said, he came with the strategy. I'm just bringing the best decks, right? I'm not trying to counter anything specific. I'm just coming with what I think is the strongest set of decks. Taking a quick look at this mid-range Shaman. It's got a Bloodlust. Everything else, very, very typical. Freaks, we've seen the Warlock. We kind of know what we're dealing with. But other lists here. So if Watkins has Paladin and Warrior banned, let's see. That's the Paladin. That's the Warrior. So he's got Rogue, this aggro Rogue deck. A Ramp Druid deck, which you gotta remember, Ramp Druid much, much different because Innervate has been nerfed. Innervate is now equivalent to the coin. And then a Freeze Mage. So I don't think we saw the Freeze Mage in the last tournament that Watkins had actually won. So now extending it to a best of 7, I believe that's been the choice here. Go ahead and sneak in Freeze Mage, which is very interesting because, you know, at the start of this, I was asking, what are we going to see more of? Are we going to see, more Mage, more Priest? And it has been largely Freeze Mage. I think that's what most people are identifying as the next best deck. But yeah, very excited to see what effects that has here on class choices and how everything plays out. So, things have kind of stabilized here. We see that Jiraxis in hand for Freaks. Yeah, with this being a more typical hand lock, we kind of know how this plays out. Shaman has a lot of tools to deal well with hand lock. I want to say, now my memory is hazy, so I might be wrong on this, but I want to say that mid-range Shaman was slightly favored against handlock. But it was one of these matchups where I think very good mid-range Shaman players were able to take advantage of the matchup. And yeah, other players really struggled because you are on that bubble with Molten Giant, and when do I push enough damage? And I think this one Bloodlust that's in the list is going to really, really help with that sort of, when do I push damage, when do I not? Now the fact that Molten Giant is 22 mana, you've just got more flexibility there. So I think Watkins, being a skilled player, I think the matchup being slightly favored, you know, maybe close to even, but I think slightly favored for mid-range Shaman, and then adding in the fact that I think the thing that I missed was that Watkins is just a skilled player. Yeah, I think a lot of things just going to be pointing in his favor here. So yeah, nice to see some of the OGs in chat. Sorry, I'm not answering everyone's questions. We're on a 5-minute delay. Right, this is Classic Plus. This is like the wild version of it. For anyone asking, good to see you, Nike. And we had like Flash get in here last time, Nolan in here, Dino, Blind, all the OGs. Didn't really get a chance to shadow them out, so yeah, good to see everybody here. Jenny Ingram, okay, I see you there too. The decisions here from Freaks. I think just, yeah, worried about, you know, you're at 13. There's potential to die. And a good read here because, yeah, that was enough to do it. This is going to be just enough to keep Freaks alive. Okay, using a lightning bolt. Oh, it's not. I'm an idiot. I guess with the spell power there was just enough. I think that's where I got mixed up, was the spell power there. I was, yeah, gonna say using the lightning bolt now versus later, because that was gonna put him into Molten Giant range, but that's why I'm the caster, not the player. Okay, so the Shaman secure to win. Then we're gonna go Rogue, Druid, or Mage. We see Rogue. This Rogue deck looked good the last time we saw it. It looked very good. It's very aggressive. Let's take a look at the Warrior for Freaks. Warrior. Okay, not exactly your typical control. Now this is very interesting. You've got Grom on the high end, but then it sinks down to Sylvanas and Karin right away. So no Reg, no Alex. We see a Faceless, we see an MC Tech, we see a Leroy. I guess with that Faceless, double Arcanite Reaper. But nothing too aggressive. Everything else, your kind of standard control tools. So I guess trying to really like establish the board in the early game. I don't know what you call this archetype. I guess it'd still be more control-y. But yeah, gonna try to control the board, mitigate threats, trade efficiently, right? 2-for-1s with things like the Fiery War Axe here. And you can start pushing damage with Arcanite Reaper. And, yeah, work towards that Faceless Leroy combo even. So not really sure how these two match up, but I think a list like this Warrior might actually do quite well. Now, I'm not sure that it will actually do better than a typical control Warrior. A lot of really, really similar tools. But I think the advantage here with a deck like this is you don't have to worry as much about stuff like sap. One of the worst feelings of a control Warrior is you survive the early game. Everything's great. Now you can play your big minions that you've been waiting to all game, right? Your Karin and your Reg. Well, Reg is pretty good because it has an immediate effect. But yeah, Karin and Sylvanas, and you're trying to get into Grom, stuff like that. But they just get sapped, right? It's like this 2-turn clock before you can actually do anything. But something like an Arcanite Reaper or a Leroy is just going to let you push damage immediately and try to close things out. So maybe in that sense it ends up being more favorable, but I guess we'll just have to see here. Yeah, so there's the sap. I really do like that. Like these acolytes, everyone has said it that I've talked to. Acolyte being a 1/4, it's just an auto-include in basically every single list. So even though this is an aggro rogue, it's just too good to ignore. Well, I don't think it's going to affect the cast, but I want you guys to feel deep sympathy for me. I hope it's just because it's like cold and snowy here in Canada, but I actually think I might be getting a cold. You know that feeling where your nose is just like irritated, like all tingly, kind of burns? It's just starting. I felt great yesterday. Okay, so now that you all feel great sympathy for me, lots of options here for freaks. You can get the draw off of the Acolyte. He's sitting at 10 cards. He's going to have to do something before that. But yeah, able to build up some armor. Like, he knows there's an Arcane Golem in hand. And just the way that that played out before. Watkins making sure he can push damage before there's any, like, taunts or, also just being efficient with his mana. I think you have to identify here as freaks. Like, alright, I am seriously on a clock. This is very worrying. Interesting. But he seems to just not care. I'm very surprised by this. Because now you've just got 4, 8, 12, 13, 14 damage, and that's it. Yeah, you had the shield block to survive. I'm surprised. Yeah, that he didn't make the read that there's potential lethal there. I mean, it's possible that he considered it, knew that there was potential lethal, but just thought it was an appropriate risk to take. Okay, let's try to stabilize, and that's our best chance of winning, but I don't know. Once again, very easy to say with caster vision. Okay, so we got Ramped Druid versus the Shaman. I believe this was just a typical mid-range Shaman. Quite typical. We do see a Leroy and a Faceless again. Leroy and Faceless in a lot of these decks. In the Paladin as well. Actually in every single deck. Leroy Faceless and Mind Control in every single deck except Freeze Mage. Fascinating. Okay, guys, give me a minute. I'm gonna pop some vitamins and stuff, given that I may be getting sick. I'm gonna actually take care of myself for a few seconds. Probably gonna be a slow start here. Like I said, Ramp Druid here, looking for like wild growth, those kinds of things. We're probably gonna be very slow to develop. we're back. Hopefully mitigating some of that sickness going forward. Should be fine for the rest of the tournament and everything, but just taking a look here. Looks like the ramp hasn't really taken off here, right? We see Wild Growth in hand, but 5 mana to 4 mana, so yeah. Looks like not actually any advantage there. Would Wrath to get the draw. Or Hero Power and Wrath just to fight for the board. One thing to remember, the Druid of the Claw can become this 4/9 with taunt. So 6 mana, 4/9 with taunt. Really just one more turn, and Watkins is going to feel a lot more, well, a lot more safe in a lot of senses. Now we see the Black Knight, which is obviously just going to hard counter that. Potentially, actually, the more that I think about it, you're probably going to see that 7/6 with Rush, just to take something off the board to get the immediate value, not even be at risk of the Black Knight. Because you also don't want to get hexed with this kind of thing. I really like this, though. Wild Growth, because another difference here, Ancient of Lore, 7 mana, 7/7 that can restore 7 health. So another great way to stabilize. You can draw some cards, get a big body. Now let me check, is there a BGH, though? Because some of these buffs kind of become nerfs when we're talking Classic. Just because of BGH. To answer the question, yes, there is a BGH, but now that the Black Knight is gone, yeah, this, oh boy. Now this is a fine faceless opportunity. I think you're probably just gonna Fire Elemental and hit, or yeah, probably. But yeah, I think Watkins feeling pretty good. A little bit of a heal there. Whether you're going to taunt or rush. Something that can have an immediate effect on the board. Reg, an immediate effect on the board. Now that's an interesting play. Yeah, I don't hate that. Definitely don't hate it. And now you've got the opportunity to do something like, you can faceless, I guess. I was gonna say you could like Lightning Storm, Lightning Bolt, or sorry, Lightning Storm and trade. But now it's like you really want to steal that. So yeah, I think the faceless Lightning Bolt is gonna be better. Not really a steal. Okay. And this is where Watkins is so good. It's actually so crazy.
Eyes are open.
Watkins knows that Fire Elemental is a possibility. And probably another Lightning Bolt as well. Yeah, and another Lightning Bolt. And just right away, absolutely knows it, goes, okay, well, I have to play the Forest here. Right? I have to heal. And then it's just a question of what else do you do? Do you taunt and take the risk? Do you, rush? You know, seeing what we see here, I think rush is the far better play. It becomes a direct trade, right? You do lose the Druid of the Claw, but you have a higher chance of hitting with the reg. But I can see an argument for the taunt, and yeah, we do see that. Really too bad. I mean, it's good that it didn't go face. Really not what you want there. Sorry about that. Not really sure exactly what Freaks is considering here, but there are a few things to to consider. So Fire Elemental hitting this improves the odds of a rag on rag shot, which you love. But I think the other thing to look at here is Lightning Storm. Wow. Yeah, and then just hitting face. Incredible. Incredible. Well, for it to be a classic tournament, you absolutely had to have rag finish somebody off in a 1 in 3. But what I was going to say there is with Lightning Storm, you actually get that 4-9 taunt into rag range. So if you hit that, then it's actually going to die. Whereas, yeah, nothing there. But in that case, I mean, 2/3 of a pretty good outcome, right? 1 is a win, 1 is taking out the other rag and just leaving a 4-9 on board. That's not the scariest thing when you've got hexes still in your deck.
I must protect the
And now here seeing, yeah, Ramp Druid versus this Handlock. I want to take another look at the Ramp Druid list. So Ysera on the high end, Cenarius, Reg. Cenarius is 8 mana now. Some pretty high end stuff. We don't see like Ancient of War. Yeah, maybe not all the staples. Obviously, there's no combo anymore. So that frees up a lot of space. There's not even like a single Force of Nature or Savage Roar, which a lot of times you would see. And I actually quite like the single copy of Savage Roar, or previously I've seen a single copy of Force of Nature without Savage Roar. It was quite good when they still had charge. We do see one Violet Teacher though, so it's got a little bit of that token flavor to it still. But really just whiffing on the ramp, which is unfortunate. Only 2 cards in the deck that are really going to help you ramp here. I don't see Nourish or anything like that, so it is just the wild growths. Certainly not that consistent to hit it right off the bat. And it's also not necessary that you hit it right off the bat. You're hoping to get there before, 5-6 mana to really have a big effect. Holding under the coin, I don't think it would be unreasonable to actually silence this in a lot of cases. Again, with just how effective it is, it's so good here. Yeah, I don't even hate the idea of just getting that hit right off the bat. Only 2 draws off the Acolyte actually seems not too bad. Now, but the thing is, Keeper is going to be so good for so many things here. Silencing a Twilight Drake is huge. Silencing a big Taunt Wall. And here we go. I think we're going to see it on the Drake. Yeah, see what the follow-up is. Like, is it going to be with the Moonfire as the finisher? Yeah. And again, that's sort of what we see. When you cut combos out of any of these ramp druids, control druids, whatever it ends up being, you get a lot of flexibility in what you put in. And we did see Moonfires were pretty popular in the last tournament as well. So, okay, the Black Knight going to provide a lot of value. Now this combo as well, something to keep in mind. Well, that's right, Mark of the Wild's been buffed to 2 attack and 3 health. But you can actually play this on an opponent's minion. Now, I don't think this is like a case to do it. Maybe Watkins will prove me wrong here. Might actually be thinking about it on the Acolyte just to get an extra draw. But yeah, you can play Mark of the Wild on an opponent's minion and then Black Knight it. It's not always the most efficient way to deal with things, but it is one way to kind of guarantee value out of the Black Knight. The thing is, there's just so many good targets for the Black Knight in this deck that I really don't think you need to force it here. I don't hate the idea of getting additional draws. Really, though, it looks like we are going to see it. So, yeah, just going for tempo here, which it does make more sense than I think it typically did in Classic. And I say it because Molten Giant is a 22 cost card, right? 22 mana to play it. So, that sort of threat range of free Molten Giants it's not what it used to be, but it does make for an awkward next turn if the top deck and or Acolyte draw, if that happens, isn't good. But the other thing I was going to say about this is, okay, obvious play. The threat of the Black Knight, I talk about this a lot, but the threat of a card in your deck is sometimes as good or better than actually playing the card. So if your opponent knows, these are open deck lists, if your opponent knows that you're running the Black Knight, well, suddenly they don't want to play a minion with taunt because they're worried that you might have it, and you might not even have it in hand at that point. But you're forcing them to make suboptimal plays just because of the fear of something really, really bad happening. So yeah, I think pretty obvious play here with the Ancient, and you have to draw with it. Bit of a question as to what you do with Karen, though. I wouldn't hate the strategy of just continuing to push damage to face. Again, 14 now only makes us a 6-mana Molten Giant, which is not that scary. Yeah, put your opponent on the back foot. Of course, Spellbreaker. Pretty juicy draw. Not sure about this Jiraxis. And you're staring at 12 damage. You can make a couple hits there. You're getting 5 armor off of that. There's not really a lot of burst in this deck at all. Like, Reg is kind of the only potential burst damage. But yeah, no ability to taunt. If you're playing other stuff, you're kind of looking at...
Your magic shall not save you.
Okay. I was going to say, yeah, you're looking at it very difficult to play Mountain Giant. Why that stuff. Okay, clearing the board. Oh, these top decks. Well, you play the Molten Giant first, I think. Maybe tapping even before that. Yeah, and I mean, this really saves Freaks. I'm not sure I love that last turn. This really saves Freaks. Now you get the BGH as an answer. I still think Watkins is in a favorable position, but it is an opportunity to stabilize. You've got big minions. You've got a bit of a... I'll call it a heal with the armor from Jiraxis. Being able to snowball that hero power. Still some heals in hand. It really is anyone's game at this point. Okay, so there is 11 damage here in the hand of Watkins. Is it 11 or is it 12 actually, right? Because that swipe is going to get the bonus spell damage here. You got 9, you've got 11, you've got 12, so you're 1 off. Remember, Druid of the Claw doesn't have charge anymore, it is now rush. So I think a lot of the consideration here is like, how do I win over 2 turns? I think that's kind of what you're hoping. Maybe Watkins is thinking, is this a time where I go a little bit later? But as soon as your opponent plays Jiraxis, you're thinking, okay, I don't want them to utilize this hero power as much as possible. Ysera is a great way to try to win over 2 turns. You're now getting 2 dream cards at the end of your turn.
I dream the world true.
Yeah, you can push that immediate damage. You don't need the spell power. Lots and lots of good stuff here. Nightmare is extra damage. Okay, this is not the greatest. Something like Dream would have been good, or Ysera's Awakening would have been good. Yeah, okay. And now, actually, the ability to set up a bit of a taunt wall. So we'll see how Freaks decides to do this. You can get a very, very beefy wall. Now, we've seen one BGH used. Checking the deck of Watkins, there is only a single BGH. We've seen the Black Knight come down already. We've seen one Keeper come down, so... Okay. And yeah, my thinking just being, if you're going to do it with the Molten Giant and the Mountain Giant, you know, is there any risk of, like, these 8/8s getting just blasted? Doesn't look like that's the case. But this is very difficult to deal with. Boy, that Moonfire, if it was there just one turn earlier, it was lethal. So suddenly Watkins not thinking, how do I win this turn? And now just thinking, how do I survive and keep this a game? Because Freaks is running out of resources. Yes, he's got this hero power, which can go a long way. But his Mountain Giant, effectively useless. Healing 3, it's fine. And then if he's got no way to draw off the Mortal Coil, it's nothing. So from Watkins' perspective, he knows a lot of the cards that are used up. He knows what threats are available and what are not. I think he can speculate that it's a pretty weak hand. Certainly can't be fully confident of it. This is big, though. Azure Drake with spell power now.
Time waits for no one.
Because it's going to affect both the Moonfire and Swipe here. Okay, interesting. Just choosing to do... Okay. 14, 16. We see 19. Okay, and hanging on to the Swipe. Ooh. I think that's enough, though, right? Yeah, Leroy just going to be enough to finish things out. Wow. And if it wasn't, you could even Mortal Coil to draw off of the Whelps. Yeah, I'm not sure if there would have been a more favorable line with the Swipe there. I think maybe that's what he's looking at. Because here we got like 14, 16, 22, 25, right? That's it. Freaks. Doing that math 10 times over in his head right now, I'm sure. So if you would have taken out the Sun Fury with the Swipe, I guess you'd be alive for another turn. Does it really matter? Likely not. Just the way that looks, yeah, likely not. But that ended up being a lot closer than it was looking for a bit there. Watkins won off of lethal, and then suddenly right on his back foot. And that's just what Jiraxis can do, right? The power of that 6/6 coming out every single turn from your hero power. It's just such a threat. That, yeah, you have to close out the game soon, and when you don't have any kind of combo as the Druid player, it's tough to do that. So Watkins stubbornly sticking with this Druid. I don't think it's a weak deck, even though it is struggling here. Hoping to hit this ramp early. Is there Wild Growth? The suspense, it's killing me. Yeah, Freak's really thinking about this mulligan. Unless there's a Wild Growth draw here. Okay. Tradable BGH, still not getting it. Yeah, this is brutal. Now, a common interaction you would normally see in Classic is this Acolyte come out pretty early and then it get wrathed. And you were happy as the Druid player. But the extra 1 health on the Acolyte, we're very unlikely to see that. You would need some kind of spell power from the Druid before that actually feels like a smart play. There's a Thalnos in the deck, so theoretically that's possible. But both players really just playing to the strength of their list right now. Being very patient, drawing cards. Yeah, not surprised to see a silence here. That's such a strength of any controlled deck, being able to generate cards. Well, draw cards. Generating cards, not really a thing in Classic very often. And yeah, I think comparable end games for both of these lists. So normally Warrior would struggle against Druid. If we're just talking Classic, Druid would just plop down these big threats again and again, and Warrior has a tough time with dealing with sort of these middle-of-the-road threats. They can deal with very weak things. A Brawl is a great board clear, right? Taskmaster, a Whirlwind, Fiery War Axe. All these things are great at mitigating small threats. And then on the other side of things, they've got Shield Slam and Execute. They take care of the big boys. But when Druid is just playing stuff like, yeah, Azure Drake and kind of these, sometimes Senjin you would see a lot of. Druid of the Claw was a very popular one. A lot of these sort of middle-of-the-road cards that aren't really win conditions for them. They're just effective, great stats for their mana cost, great value. They start to eat up a lot of those threats, and then the Warrior doesn't have any threats to actually deal with the big endgame creatures. Now, things are a little bit different here. Ancient of Lore actually being a 7/7, Druid of the Claw being this weird 7/6/4/9 stat line, that kind of thing. So now when we see, okay, there's one BGH in the deck of the Warrior, which is in the hand of Freaks, it can target something like that Ancient of Lore. It can make up for a bit of that weakness towards the mid-game minions. Something where you'd normally have to cool Taskmaster the Ancient and then shoot it for some kind of not so efficient combo. Suddenly just much more effective to do. So I think, just looking at things, I suspect this matchup is more balanced. It's probably a little easier for the Warrior than it would have been in the original Classic mode. But I think I still would give a slight edge to the Druid here. Because it's not like they have infinite ways to deal with the board. There's still just one copy of Brawl. I don't see a Gorehal, which is also another really effective way of dealing with things. It is great. That's the other thing. It's like a lot of times the Warrior would have these weapons. Maybe it is a Gorehal, or maybe you're hitting with the Fiery War Axe and a minion to finish something off. You get into that combo range pretty quick. But now without the threat of combo, Warrior's safer to just bonk with weapons a little bit. Interesting doing the Brawl here. I think really just hoping Cenarius is dead. Yeah, as long as Cenarius doesn't win that, just kind of a fine outcome. Yeah, you don't mind taking the 2 damage. Swamp Ooze here is fine. But you do have to remember that this is... Okay, yeah, so gonna do it. This is that list. I don't think we actually saw the card before, but it's running 2 Arcanite Reapers, so it wouldn't be crazy to hold on to that Ooze. It's the only way to destroy a weapon in Watkins' deck.
The Earth Mother is near.
So see what Watkins is considering here. Not a lot of impact plays. Alright, not going to be able to silence unless you can draw something off of the wild growth. Maybe even the Drake as well. Yeah, Drew to the Clod. Just kind of a fine, like, taunt wall to stall things out, but it's not going to be the most efficient way of trading with a Cairn.
Time waits for no one.
Watkins just running through all those possibilities. What's best? Honestly, going to be very hard to say. I kind of like the idea of something like a Drake and the Acolyte, actually. Just let things trade inefficiently. That's a very interesting line, healing that back up. I do like that as well. Oh, we've seen one execute. We'll maybe be seeing Freaks dig for the second. Okay, answering with the Drake of his own. And yeah, that buffed up spell power just makes all the difference. Like, all these trades so efficient. He's fine with taking the extra 4 damage as well. Essentially 3 with the armor you get from Shapeshift. Yeah, and here Freaks now running pretty low on answers. Seen one shield slam and now both executes. The brawl is out. This is where, yeah, Druid just tends to do a very good job outvaluing the warrior. There's no threat of combo though. This is totally fine. Yes, you're pretty much stripping all your armor with this. You don't really have another option. Okay. Well, that's the thing. We know there's no whirlwind. No whirlwind, not another brawl. So, I mean, these 1/1s are actually very, very difficult to deal with. This is kind of like late game warrior versus paladin, where the paladin eats up all the threats of the warrior and then just starts to, like, one at a time slowly build up this board. The thing is, Watkins is able to do it just all at once. And I think now if you're Freaks, you have to go into panic mode a little bit. I think you're already starting to look at just how can I deal as much damage as fast as possible. Something like a Taskmaster Grom and just send it face, swing your weapon face. You know, you still got 6 damage off of Leroy. Really what you want is those Arcanite Reapers. So the only other argument I can see is you go for like the Acolyte Sylvanas now. Try to do this later and then an Arcanite later. It's like a 3-turn win, that sort of thing. Really the issue with... And probably what Freaks is thinking right now. He likes that the board is full because there's no taunts coming his way. But if he plays out any minions, Watkins can just trade off any of the minions that he wants to clear things out for, yeah, taunts or heals or whatever it's going to be.
What to do?
So yeah, pretty obvious BGH here. Yeah, I like this, just getting the heal down as early as possible. Now we'll see if he goes for the draw from the Thalnos. He doesn't really need the spell power. I think I'd probably... Yeah, I don't even hate the swipe, but does it give him 2-turn lethal? It doesn't.
For no one.
So I just don't think it's really useful to swipe now. Then you also don't get the 1 armor off of the hero power, which might not be relevant. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure it was a very consequential decision. Alright, now remember, MC Tech gets to choose what they steal. So it is a pretty big advantage. It's a swing to be able to, you know, say remove 3 or 4 damage from your opponent, and suddenly you've got that on your side as well. But Freaks just doesn't have much time here. I actually kind of like the idea of something like a Leroy Mind Control Tech. Let's say he steals the Teacher. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12. You know, Leroy's not going to spawn anything if played before the MC Tech. It pushes 6 damage.
Engaging TC-130.
But I guess Freaks doesn't really have a win condition for 1 turn after that. Again, there's no reg in the deck, so even a super lucky hit there, not going to do it. Wow. And Watkins can just heal here and be totally fine. Like I said, I think the win condition was an Arcanite Reaper in one of his previous turns. You're able to swing twice with it, along with the Leroy, but this would even prevent that. And I don't think Freaks could live that long if he was lucky enough to top deck something like that at this point.
I wonder. Time waits for no one.
So Watkins is being very careful here. And he wants to remove all the damage from the board. He's not concerned with draws. I am surprised to see Karen come down instead of the lore. But I'm also not sure that it matters. Like I said, with Arcanite Reaper and Leroy being, I think, as much damage as Freaks can push in a turn, maybe it does just become smarter to play Karen. I don't know what advantage it gets you over lore, but I also don't know what disadvantage it puts you at, if that makes sense. Alright, now just going to be able to heal off of the lore. Tell me there's no consideration here. Yeah. I only say that because Watkins has been making snap decisions all day. Reads all these situations like a textbook. And yeah, even just a moment of hesitation here, uncharacteristic. And honestly, just very unlucky for Freaks. You love to have these Arcanite Reapers spread out. There weren't many taunts, weren't many things to get in the way of Arcanite Reaper swings. If he could have just gotten them more spread out, there's a good chance that this ends in favor of Freaks. So, you know, a really close series here where we've seen Watkins one off a lethal with that Druid game earlier. Now here, I think, yeah, just the way the draws unfolded. Obviously, the whole game changes in that case, but not what you'd like to see, having both Arcanite Reapers come right at the end there. So 3-2 in what we figured would be a close matchup. Unsurprisingly, going to stay that way. Watkins trying to secure it. Oh boy. With the freeze mage against a warrior. Now this isn't your typical control warrior. But if I'm Watkins, I'm ready to just press the concede button right away. Just the hero power here from the warrior is pretty much enough to just mitigate everything that the freeze mage is trying to do here. So I talked about this earlier when it was freeze mage versus control paladin. A paladin that could heal a lot. What is actually the win condition here for freeze mage? They need to use Alex, bring their opponent down to 15, and then burst their opponent for as much damage as possible in subsequent turns, right? And usually it's like a 2-turn combo. It's Alex Raza, and then it's 15 damage against a lot of decks. And you'd love to have an ice block up before that, so you can guarantee that you're not going to be killed. But against warrior, you can't really do that because you bring the warrior down to 15. The warrior might have another 15 armor on top of that. So a 2-turn kill just isn't really a thing. So a lot of times the win condition is Antonidas. Antonidas will generate more fireballs. And if you have more fireballs, you can push more damage in subsequent turns. But Watkins is not running Antonidas. So instead what you need, you have to hit Alex on 9, and then you have to just do as much damage as possible in subsequent turns. Minimize the amount of armor gain that the warrior can get. So that means through the hero power, by having fewer turns in the game, and that means denying draw so that they have fewer opportunities for shield block. Now, one of those shield blocks already in the hand of Freaks. You know, you can try to push damage with some of these very small minions, right, to chip away at the armor. Like, you're actually very happy with how this is starting out here. At least damage-wise. Getting the silenced is very painful. But that's also why Freaks is going to look at something like, yeah, maybe shooting with a Taskmaster. Getting rid of this chip damage while still being able to... Yeah, while still being able to hero power. So I did say, very low chance against that Paladin before, especially because the Paladin ended up with quite a bit of heal. But, yeah, here, the matchup even less favorable. That being said, Watkins did pull it off in that very, very unfavorable matchup against the Paladin. So I'm not going to write him out here. Freaks, though, a good player. Very good player, so I think assuming the draws just aren't incredibly unfavorable here, I have very high expectations that Freaks is going to be able to pull this one out. And if Freaks is able to pull this one out, well, that means we go down to Game 7. Which I selfishly want. 2 strongest players in the tournament. Going down to Game 7. Of course, we're happy to see that.
I wonder.
Alright, really thinking about this one.
Let the pain speak to me.
Yeah, Watkins gonna have to draw here. You do have to play this, like the way that I outlined it, a win for Watkins. That is pretty much exactly what has to happen here. It really can't deviate very far from that at all. So, he needs to hit that Alex on 9. So I expect if we don't have an Alex in hand, that Blood Mage is going to be coming out next turn. I wouldn't even be surprised if he pings his own Blood Mage just to force the draw, no opportunity for a silence on the Spellbreaker. But I think he's actually seeing here, he's got to push more damage on that armor. So, yeah, doing the fireballs now. Chipping away at it here with the fire bolt.
Take heart.
We don't see it silenced, but this has to be Alex. And these next two cards here. This is bad. You like Ice Block? A tradable BGH? Sure.
What to do? What to do?
But yeah, every turn you don't have Alex is a turn that you're not working towards finishing your opponent. It's another turn that they can hero power. Another turn they can get into that shield block. This is very, very dire.
What to do?
I think the only other considerations, if you're not going to toss back that BGH and just keep cycling here, is just stripping away that armor. So, you know, he took that fireball shot earlier because it was all damage against armor. And that damage against armor, like it was also buffed by the spell power. Alright, so Freaks knows that this is Ice Block now. Doesn't proc on the attack, so it can't be barrier. Still no Alex in sight. Just gonna try to prolong things with the barrier. Doesn't have minions to be able to chip away. Same kind of thing here. You could shoot the fireball to strip 6 armor. You'd rather do it if it's got some kind of spell damage buff. Now, I don't know if he actually even has. No, Thanos was the only spell power, spell damage rather. Buff there. Interesting to see Flame Strike and not Blizzard. But I guess that's why Frost Nova, okay. Yeah, nothing especially exciting going on here. Both Flame Strikes have come down, so you're actually free to play Sylvanas. Spellbreaker does remove the frozen effect on one of these.
Your magic shall not.
Yeah,
save
unfortunately, this just hasn't played out the way that Watkins absolutely needs it to. Freak senses that. He's just going to push a bit more damage here. Really doesn't need to. He could be patient. But he also knows that he doesn't have to be patient. So, as long as he's pressing that armor up button every turn, that's really all the patience that he needs. There's Alex. You know, you do have another ice block to prolong things. But you're going to have to deal 25 damage. Plus any armor ups that are going to be happening between now and subsequent turns after the Alex. This is just all kinds of bad, right? You could do something like Alex and then the ice block gets procced. And then you want to do something like ice block and Blizzard after or something. Because you need so many more turns. You need them to not trigger the second ice block. And you need that so that you can like Pyroblast, then get it triggered, then Fireball, Frostbolt, Ice Lance. And I think that's what Watkins is doing, right? This is that think 3 turns ahead. What can I do 3 turns ahead? And if you map this out, he doesn't know that the BGH is there, so he's probably considering, like, well, if I play Alex, what if he's forced to trade minions into it or something like that? But we see, yeah, BGH is almost certainly going to be the answer here. And you can do that while triggering the ice block. And also triggering the ice block on 1, right? You attack in this particular order. That's exactly what he's gonna do.
I've got the beast in my sight.
Okay, so the Frost Nova. Alright, something is happening here. Frost Nova, Ice Block, and Fireball. I mean, that is a line. This is a ping? I guess this is the way he has to do it. He has to assume that he's going to get the other Frostbolt with this Ice Lance. And the reason he does that is so that he can't equip a weapon and swing. But he knows once that gets procced, he's just done. So that would have been 10-16 if he had the Frostbolt. 19-23, right? That's kind of the thinking there, but I mean, I think we all knew right off the bat that's just such a tough matchup. So it's gonna be Freeze Mage versus, I don't remember what the last deck is here. Is it Shaman? Oh. It is Mage.
You asked for it. Oh, it is on.
So what differences are between these decks? I think almost nothing. Like, both don't run Antonitis. Oh, you know what? I think I was giving credit to Watkins before for the Freeze Mage win over that Paladin when it was Freaks. I think just because their decks are, like, almost identical. I got them confused, so my mistake on that. So I do see 2 Blizzards for Watkins and only 1 for Freaks. Probably not worth digging through every tiny little change. Instead, I'm looking for anything that might favor one player over the other. I don't really see it. So, unfortunately, a lot of this just comes down to draws. We see an Alex here for Freaks in hand. That's the start of that whole big combo. Everything that we talked about before of, you know, playing Alex and then trying to kill your opponent, all of that stands. The only sort of hiccup in all of that is Ice Block, right? Ice Block, being able to prevent damage, it becomes this little game of, I can bring you to 15, you can bring me to 15, but if I've got my Ice Blocks up and you don't, then I'm going to be able to kill you, you know, 1 turn or 2 turns before you're able to kill me. So you have this defensive aspect of wanting both Ice Blocks, which is great. That's what we see from Watkins. And then you have this offensive aspect of, I need Alex, and then I need 15 points of damage. So between now and then, each player wants to draw as much as possible, and they want to deny the draw from their opponent as much as possible. That's kind of what this is looking like. And you want that ultimate 15 damage plus Alex plus 2 Ice Blocks. Yeah, neither player really getting there. And what you can often see here is something like a ping on your own Acolyte to get the draw. Yeah, and you see, now he's thinking like Cone of Cold on his own minion. He'll get the 1 draw, but he'll get rid of this card so he's not burning anything off of the top deck. I think it's very smart. Cone of Cold is not going to be very useful in this matchup. It's not useless, But, you know, you've got Frost Nova, you've got Blizzard, you've got other ways to freeze if need be. And usually that would only be on something like an Alex anyway. Because one thing that you don't want from your opponent is if they do play Alex, they bring you down to 15. If you let them swing and hit your face with that Alex, well, that's a big problem. Because then they don't even need the follow-up spells to deal that damage, right? I like the Cone of Cold play. I don't think that mattered / made sense. So he doesn't get the draw off of the Acolyte there. I can't see how that's better than Cone of Cold. He doesn't get the draw, and he'll only be at 9. I mean, obviously he can use this offensively, which has... It is a small amount of utility. But yeah, you're seeing Freaks do that exact thing. Get rid of a card that's mostly useless to give me a draw. And because it's still alive, he can actually continue to ping it with his hero power. Now, I don't know if you would ever see something like an Ice Lance on that Acolyte. It's not unreasonable. I think we'd probably see the BGH get cycled first. Sorry for smacking my mic there. Okay, or the Intellect. But yeah, this is the whole balance. I want to draw cards, but I want to deny our draw. But this is going to take away from your burst potential, which isn't so much of an issue if you're sitting on double Fireball. Ooh, and now with the Pyroblast. But the other thing to keep in mind with all of this is the exact damage points. So Alex will bring them down to 15, but when you proc Ice Block, you become immune with how much health you had as that damage was dealt. So, you know, if they've got 4 health and you shoot them with a Fireball, they still have 4 health when it gets frozen. And so sometimes having smaller pieces of damage, something like, and even just different amounts, right, with like an Ice Lance, sometimes that can be favorable because you can get them down to exactly 1, and if you get them to exactly 1, then your hero power is, you know, infinitely useful. Now, what we're seeing from Watkins is a little bit of panic. Hey, I don't have Alex, but you know what I do have is I have a ton of damage here. He doesn't need to trigger this Ice Barrier ever, and he doesn't know that this is Barrier. But if he sees Ice Block go down, now he knows one of these is Barrier.
The end is coming!
I'm not sure I know why he played the Doomsayer. Maybe so he can't force Overdraw by pinging the Acolyte? Maybe that's why. Well, you'd have to... Yeah, he'd hit... Yeah, I think that's probably why. But anyway, so we see 10 damage, 16 damage. With the Frostbolt Ice Lance, that would be 1923, just enough here. And there's the Frostbolt. So yeah, just pivoting here based on the draw. And I think very smart from Watkins, knowing exactly at what point to pull the trigger. Freaks identifies that, and it's like, okay. I mean, almost certainly was gonna Alex as soon as he could anyway. But he sees what's happening. It's unfolding right before his eyes. And now you can't let this Alex swing, but you don't have to BGH it. You have the option of doing things like Blizzard. I can't see a reason to do it. Cone of Cold. Yeah, I can't see the reasoning. I think it's too expensive. So you could do something like Cone of Cold, and it still lets you, you know, Frostbolt, Ice Lance, hero power, for example. But then that would, this is what I'm talking about, this whole, the exact damage value. Yes, that would proc the secret, but it would leave Freaks with 9 HP, which is not great. I suppose you do also have the option of Ice Barrier just to mitigate one swing from Alex. But BGH on the board doesn't do a lot for Watkins, because Watkins probably doesn't want to swing.
Let the pain speak to me.
Yeah, this is interesting. I can sort of describe all the lines that are being considered here, but I actually can't quite figure out why one would be better than the other. This is very, very hard to evaluate. And both these players are so good, I'm just trusting their judgment on it. So yeah, the Acolyte for sure is down just to, get more draws, 4 more damage. The thing that's awkward here, though, I think what Watkins wants is to Pyroblast next turn. Get his opponent down to 7, and then do something like Frostbolt, Ice Lance. And I guess that's why the Ice Barrier goes down, because you can't do that and BGH, right? That's the whole thing. You can't do that and BGH.
Time runs out on me.
So the barrier kind of mitigates a single swing.
Mind if I roll need?
Yeah, and even stuff like this gets interesting, because it's an opportunity to hit. It means you don't have to shoot here all of a sudden. But I have to think that's what it is, a Pyroblast. Your opponent's got 12 cards in deck, and you've only got 8. So the chances that there isn't another ice block in hand is relatively high. And that's why I think it probably looks very juicy to go for, like, Pyroblast, then try to proc the secret next turn, and then hope that they don't have another ice block. Now, we do see that it's there, so obviously that's not gonna work out too well. Yeah, see, and now it's coming the other way, so you got Frostbolt, and it's that perfect math, right? The Frostbolt, the Ice Lance, the ping down to 1. And I think that means it's just not winnable for Watkins, but I don't think Watkins knows that, because Watkins doesn't know that there's a second ice block. Well, that being said, there is the defensive Alex line, which I hadn't considered. So you do a defensive Alex, but you'd have to freeze with Ice Lance. See, this is where I'm, like, it would have been so much nicer to kill with the BGH. That being said, then you wouldn't have drawn as much with the Acolyte, so you wouldn't have been into Alex. Boy. So much to consider here, yeah. Like, that's what I mean. It's hard to call anything a mistake. But it's also hard to call anything correct, because it's just so precise. Double Ice Lance in hand, though, I think that has to be the play. Because previously, you're thinking, okay, my only out is that there's no second ice block. But with this play, with the Ice Lance, I think it opens it up to, okay, well now all of a sudden I have this out where my opponent also just doesn't have enough burn. And there's still the chance that this ice block is at the bottom of Freak's deck, right? So even though they'll be alive for longer, they'll have more opportunities to draw it. I think this gives you way more chances to win. And seeing what we see, for sure it's the correct line. Okay, just do the 10 damage. Well, you can do the 10 damage. I like it. So here now you can Frostbolt. And I do believe you want to Ice Lance. You do have the option of, like, double Frostbolt ping. Well, that might just be better. And you can still Ice Block behind it. But see, with the Ice Lance, then you get to play the BGH. So I think it does become better. Yes, it is better. Yeah. So you BGH for sure. You Ice Lance to proc, and then on subsequent turns you still get the Frostbolt and Ping, which will set them down to 1. Yeah, it comes out better in all cases. I guess the only other thing, you could trade the Alexes.
Time runs out on me.
But you just don't have to, right? So you do want your opponent to be on 1, but they're going to be on 1 anyway. Okay, so it ends up trading, like using the tradable effect. I guess it comes out about equivalent. Your Alex being on board, does it matter at all? Probably not. Oh, that's right, because this is also a barrier, so like it really doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm overvaluing the Alex for sure. Yeah, I think that all pretty much comes out equivalent. I'm not even sure what you're hoping for off of the tradable effect from the BGH, but probably anything is better than BGH. And then yeah, now you're here. So you got a Novice, you've got a Blood Mage, and you've got the ability to deal 1 damage. Your you know, you can Ice Block. You can draw. You really want to proc this Ice Block. We see 1 Firebolt, so you could do something like Novice. This is probably what Freaks is thinking. You Novice. Let's say you get a Fireball here. Okay, and you don't. But if you did, then you could set off the Ice Block. But it's like, you know, is it the right call? Would you do it? Because, yeah, I don't know. Frostbolt Ice Lance, that's one way to do it. And then you can Ice Block behind it. But then it's like you have to be able to deal 2 damage next turn. Right? And then here with the Ping and the Blizzard, at the moment you can't deal 2 damage, so you need something like what? Fireball is there. You just need to find 1 damage. It's not there now. So you have to play the Thalnos. You have to shoot your own Thalnos. 1 in 6 for the Fireball, which I think is the only out. Oh, and it's a Flame Strike. No. Well, you play Blizzard on an empty board. That's what you do. Oh, that is just heartbreaking. That is just heartbreaking. What a close match. I mean, obviously you expect mirror matches to be close. That's just kind of how it goes. But I think both players played very, very, very well there. Watkins just barely takes it. We knew that was going to be a good series. Did not disappoint. Very happy about that. I know Watkins is a strong player, but I'm sure even he needs to step away for just a moment before jumping into the finals. I don't know. I don't know that I know who the winner of Theo and Acer was. It's not updated in the sheet. Yeah, I don't see any indication. Okay. Well, in any case, we'll have Watkins versus the winner of, Theo and Acer. Once we see that going, we'll jump in. I'm certainly going to take a break, get some water, go to the washroom. It's a good time for everybody else, too, as well. Like I said, I think Watkins probably going to need a breather as well. They'll have to do bands, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, pretty soon we will we'll get the finals underway here. back, patiently waiting for the game to start. Looks like it will be starting soon. Boy, it really does seem like perfect timing on this call. I swear, there must be something cursed about these Hearthstone tournaments. I swear this is like the 3rd time where I've been casting one, and in the middle of it, I'm like, uh-oh, I'm getting sick. Maybe it's just that I like notice it because I'm talking. But yeah, I'm like getting progressively worse, so got like a bunch of mouthwash and everything I can to yeah, make it better, but yeah, still not sure who Watkins is against. I'm guessing it's Theo. We'll see. Watkins did mention traded BGH in that last match. So you wanted Nova instead of Blizzard in case you played Acolyte. Not sure that it matters though. Trying to think back to the situation. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, like I said, I think anything, after thinking through it some more, I think anything was better than BGH, so I couldn't think the exact card you'd be hoping for there, so I'm sure it was not worse than the situation he was in. But nice to get a bit of that explanation there. But yeah, it is actually like good timing for this sickness. If it's getting worse and worse, I can feel like all stuffed up and stuff. I think this evening I'm gonna be dying, but it means that I can still cast with like pretty much no problems. I mean, I'm irritated, but the cast itself should not suffer. Glued to the Discord, see if they mention bans or anything. I'm not necessarily expecting it. We've seen both players play now, so I've got a pretty good idea of the decks that they have. Yeah, I think I mentioned before. I don't know if it was in the VOD or before starting, but yeah, there's been a bit of a resurgence with these tournaments. So I think we've got 2 more in the works, possibly in the next 2 weeks on these like Saturdays. Yeah, 1 more from Dom. They had that whole season where we, when we casted before, that was like the EU. I don't know what you call it. League, but NA, it just ended up going a little late. Some people couldn't make it, so the NA one was delayed. So I think we're expecting that next week, and potentially the week after that, something like that. We're looking, yeah, maybe 2 weeks after. I can't quite remember. I think Zap G was looking to do another. So see how much interest there is from players, that kind of thing, but. Just seeing, I've even had more people just reach out to me. I was playing some Diablo yesterday. Somebody just messaged me talking about Classic. Had some random comment on YouTube. I kind of just, every now and then, just ignore my YouTube channel for a while. And someone was asking about it a couple days ago. So it seems like people are really itching for more Classic. And yeah, we're seeing that in all of a sudden like 4 tournaments getting thrown together real quick. So for sure, stay tuned for them here. But also, if you're just looking to like play hop into the Classic Discord. People are still playing friendly matches, or yeah, you can join in on one of these tournaments, or you can try to host them. I can't guarantee I'm going to cast all of them. I was kind of hoping to in the next little while anyway, but yeah, especially coming into the holidays. Probably going to take it easy there. But that's not to say other people couldn't cast. It's incredibly easy what I do. I just say what people should do, get it wrong, and then watch what they should actually do. So, yeah. If you got a hankering for Classic, don't be shy. Here we go. Yeah, Watkins and Theo. So, kind of what we expected. So, I'm not sure what the score was in that previous set with Theo and Acer, but looks like Theo took it. You're just seeing a little bit of what Acer had to offer from his decks. Sorry to say, but not too surprised. They were, if I'm being generous, creative. If I'm being not so generous, wacky, off meta. I actually kind of wanted to see more of them. I think they could have been very fun. Yeah, Theo rigging the tournament. He's the one who put this together and made it to the finals. Very cool rigging. So, yeah, hopefully he puts on a show for us. Let's see. I don't... yeah, don't see any bans here in the Discord or anything. I don't want to bother the players during the games. But let's see, we got Warrior versus Shaman. Oh, and that's right. So this isn't your typical control warrior. This is Worgen, if I'm not mistaken, right? I will double check. Yeah, Worgen. So I'm not actually sure how these lists match up. I know mid-range Shaman is favored against control warrior. Pretty substantially, unless they're running like double brawl Gorthal. It seems to be pretty tough. But let's try to speculate a little bit here. So, okay. Worgen Warrior, you're trying to draw a whole bunch, get into some killer combo, deal a bunch of damage. I think, if you're Theo... well, this is a bit of a rough start. But I think the general approach you probably want to take, because the full Worgen combo can deal like 32 damage or something crazy. I think you just don't concern yourself with that. And instead you try to, you know, deal 15 damage or something like that just through like Rampage. If you get a charge, sure. Whatever it is, just get some minion to stick on board. Buff it up a bunch and do like, yeah, 10 or 15 damage in a turn. And the rest of your turns, you're hoping to just push damage with like your weapons and just kind of chunk away. He's doing a lot of that right now. You know, he swung face the last turn with the weapon. He's got the Arcanite Reaper in hand, which can push another 10. I think that that's going to be very good. And then he's got a Brawl, so you can kind of let the board get a little out of control here. For the Shaman player, and then he can recover a bit with Brawl and hopefully draw into some more damage. So I think that's the approach. And as far as how well should that work against something like this, well, Shaman does have a tough time healing. If we go and take a look at Watkins' lists, though, I'm curious about taunts here. So he's got double Feral Spirit, double Defender. And he's got that Alakir. So decent number of taunts. I actually think if Watkins can get up to something like Alakir, he probably just wins the game. And that's like without the Brawl being able to take it out. This Hex, yeah, denying drop. Very, very smart. Just don't let that game plan. But Watkins is going to recognize that that's the game plan. Don't let him chunk away for that much damage. But this is exactly what I'm saying. Each of those Arcanite Reapers is 10 damage. there are no heals, really, for the Shaman player. You've got that one taunt. If you're lucky here, you can avoid, like, I don't think, again, I'll take a look, I don't think there's, like, Farseers or anything.
Geralt, you are not fit to
No.
rule the Horde.
And so if you just chunk away with those Arcanite Reapers, say Alakir comes down, and then you kill it off with the Brawl, you just win, right? And you can play out the Leper... No, you saved the Leper Gnome, though, for the Brawl. I think he thought about that in real time with me right there. I think he was going to do it, and then he's like, oh, wait a second. Let me wait for a better Brawl turn. Now, we'll see how, like, attentive Theo is. Because he doesn't know Alakir is there, right? He has to make these kinds of reads. He's also concerned of Feral Spirits. He's also concerned about Defender of Argus. So there's probably more where his head is at. Now, the other consideration here. Okay, let's say Theo makes that perfect read. He goes, no, I gotta hold on to... I gotta hold on to this Brawl. I gotta make sure I take care of a taunt with it. And he's also... On top of all that, he's got to consider there's a Swamp Ooze in his opponent's deck, so, like, mana efficiency of equipping the Arcanite Reapers, all this stuff is at play. Let's say he plays that all perfectly. Watkins does still have an opportunity. Okay, he plays out the Gnome. I don't like this. Watkins has an opportunity to hex one of his own minions. To have this, like, desperation taunt that saves his life. See, this is where you want the Leper Gnome. Lower chance that Alakir survives. I think you do slam. I guess you can slam on the second half of Cairn. Oh no. Oh, it's so unfortunate. It would have been very, very interesting to see if he had to make the hex play. Okay, but Inner Rage Execute. Inner Rage Execute. I turned into Mickey Mouse for a second. Ignore that. But watch this. You're going to see the hex play. Now, of course, it's way less cool if he just, like, rolls a Taunt Totem or, like, draws a Defender of Argus. But just know that Watkins is such a baller, he would do it. Theo, don't even think about it. Yeah, you hit face. So I think you hex the Golem. Yeah, do you want a Lightning Bolt? Sure, why not? Yeah, I don't think any of these other plays matter at all. Oh, he hexes the Squire, sure. Oh my god, the draw, though. Theo. Did I mention he rigged the tournament? Apparently he rigged his deck as well. Just the craziest top decks here. I mean, I think he played that mostly correct. I do think he should have held on to that Leper Gnome. But wow, the top decks there. He had the right approach, though. Yeah, from start to finish, I think he had the right idea. Not a lot Watkins can do there. It's just kind of the unfortunate bit about being on the receiving end of something like that. It's very cool as a spectator to see, you know, somebody like just scrape out a win. They just get the right draws at the right times. It does build a lot of excitement. But yeah, I really don't think there's a single play Watkins could do to do anything different. In retrospect, like, was there anything with the mulligan? Maybe. I don't know. I don't remember what that looked like right at the start. But certainly the plays, as I saw them unfold, looked pretty well perfect. So feels bad from that side. But the thing that I do like about this, playing favorites here a bit, you know, Watkins won the last tournament we had. Watkins he's the favorite. Like I said, the winner of Watkins versus Freaks was going to be the favorite here. We've got the underdog up 1-0. Now, I don't know how Theo feels about being the underdog. I actually don't know Theo's skills overall. Like I said, I think we've seen a few mistakes here, but like nothing critical. His overall lines do look pretty solid. I feel like he's got a pretty good fundamental understanding of the game. But we just haven't seen, at least I never saw back in the day, like any, whatever, crazy rank 1 finishes on ladder. It wasn't dominating tournaments, all that kind of stuff. So it's not so much a matter of like, oh, he's not a good player, but it's just a matter of he's up against someone who we know is a very, very strong player. So, okay, we've got the Shaman into a Rogue. And I do wonder, yeah, how Theo starts to feel after a win like this. Does this build some momentum now? I really do think, sure, like, yeah, these players aren't playing for millions of dollars, or, right, this isn't some esport that's keeping them afloat. But these are players who, you know, they enjoy the game. They want to win. They know that a handful of people are watching, and there's a bit more pressure than normal. So getting some kind of win like that early sometimes builds a lot of confidence and keeps you from getting shaken here. Okay, so looking at the deck here, Theo has this deck titled Azure Drakes. Azure Drakes, yes, they do exist. They are indeed cards in his deck. I'm not sure that they're the center focus of it. So he's got Leroy, he's got double Sprint, double Arcane Golem, double Shadow Step, right? A lot of damage. Only a single Sap, which actually I think is fine against this Shaman. I don't see a Blade Flurry. Now, I think Blade Flurry was changed, but Blade Flurry used to be a very effective way of dealing with Shaman boards. Yeah, I like that hit, and I like that going face. Okay, great. But yeah, I don't see it here. I can't remember if it was like a mana change or, you know, now it doesn't go face. It's just board damage, something like that. So I think it was a little less effective, and now you see it less often. Honestly, I wouldn't hate an Arcane Golem killing this Acolyte. Like, that's just how strong the card is. Because you're denied this Fan of Knives on an empty board, which a lot of times you like to do. I mean, he does have it with the Thalnos, so that's going to be a decent, like, you know, now he can clear out some totems, that kind of thing. Yeah, it looks like he's thinking about that Arcane Golem, like, hey, maybe it was a mistake last turn to not do it. Now I should do it, but I think what's happening to Theo here is he's going, it's kind of, I don't want to give him the mana, you know, it's not, I just have a 4-1 on board, it's not the most efficient trade, but it locks him out of every other play. If not Arcane Golem on this, then what on this? You're just paralyzed by the threat of your opponent drawing cards. And I think Watkins is just fine with that. He goes, okay, be scared, right? And now you have this, he's still going to draw cards. He's probably going to draw like 3 cards at this rate, which is just awful. Yeah, I think this really, really helps Watkins out, because I think very similar to the last game, it's a bursty deck. This Rogue is a bursty deck. Shaman doesn't have a lot of heals. They've got weak taunts, right? If you just get the right cards and they don't have the ability to prevent you from pushing a lot of damage, especially now with Sprint being able to like refill your hand, you've got more longevity with this deck. It's really not that crazy that Rogue just completely steamrolls the shaman in some cases. It's just going to happen in some draws. But now things getting so prolonged here. I really think this just works out in favor of Watkins. Okay, I do like this line. It's a very aggressive deck, but I do think it's correct to play for the board a little bit here. Now this taunt going to be annoying. Probably going to eat like an SI shot or maybe one swing of the dagger. I don't think you want to swing this turn because you don't want him to respawn the totem. This does let you do the hero power again. But I think you'd actually just want to eviscerate this, no? Yeah, because that's the one thing here is even a body like this with the Acolyte. That's why I love the addition of Bloodlust here. Lots of really sticky minions, right? Shaman is good at building a wide board anyway. But this actually becomes a very deadly minion, being able to push an extra 4 damage with Bloodlust. Acolyte, totally the MVP of this game so far. Yeah, both copies doing quite a bit. But I think Theo just playing way too hesitant. He's got the ability to deal a lot of damage in one turn, but we're not talking like levels of damage that you're maybe used to. You know, we do have. I'm just looking for everything. Is it Cold Blood? With Arcane Golems and Shadow Steps. Like, if that was what we saw in Theo's hand, okay, I can understand this line. You actually could deal, 12 damage, and you pick up twice, and you deal like 20 damage in one turn with some 5-card combo. Okay, great. But we don't see that, so you have to be concerned about the board, which is now going to overrun him with Bloodlust, and Lightning Bolts are, going to completely rip him apart. If you have this aggressive of a deck, I don't think you want 10 cards in hand. Generally speaking, like I said, if you have the perfect cards for the perfect combo, okay, be my guest. But yeah, I think just a little too scared of this guy. And I mean, understandably so. This card does stick out now as unreasonably strong in this format. Okay, so I don't know if this is going to be enough to save him. He's got 5, 9, 13, but he can still Bloodlust up. You see with the Flame Thunder. Or the Fire Elemental. Yeah, however he chooses to do it. Yeah, so Watkins takes it. Now, Watkins did have... he played well. Did have a very good draw there. I don't think that was a situation where Theo, completely threw the game and, isn't... he had a win in his hands and then he threw it away by not being more aggressive there. But I think he just didn't give himself a chance. That game plays out differently. If he's more aggressive, he plays that early Arcane Golem. Yes, his opponent gets a bit more mana. But Shaman is one of those classes where, you're not as worried about giving them a bit more mana. They're the type of class that they actually a lot of times like to just, hero power pass. Or, hero power, play one very low mana cost card and pass. And they're a lot more decisive about their plays. It's less about mana, especially because their decks are built around Overload, which is a mana reduction mechanic anyway. So, yeah, not the cleanest game there, but you know, one little setback just ties things back at one. I like the deck a lot. I do think aggro rogue very, very strong. So, be curious if we see it again here, back to back from Theo. Yeah, not surprised to see just a lot going into this decision. You know, we don't get to see everything behind the scenes. What are all the considerations and everything going through their head? But, you know, deck decisions have... It's a very random thing. You don't know what your opponent's going to pick. But it has a huge, huge impact on the outcome of the series.
Get a smithereen. Victory or death.
So yeah, we've seen both these decks. Don't think we've seen a Geddon at all today. Makes me just want to double check. You know what? Maybe I think we actually haven't seen this warrior from Watkins. Now that I think about it, I think it might have been banned both times.
The light protects.
So yeah, Baron Geddon and Gore. Both of those look very unfamiliar to me. I'm sure anyone who knows me at all knows I have just zero memory. I like the fan play here. Are we running preps in this? Oh, interesting. Do we also see fan, or yeah, just hero power? Okay. You know, I don't hate it. This sort of preemptively gets around the Acolyte play. I think it would have been as good, maybe better to do it the following turn. But yeah, this is very interesting, and it puts a lot on Theo here to make a decision. And this is one of these, like, oh, caster vision. We know all the considerations. Oh, there's a silence in hand, that Spellbreaker. Yeah, but Acolyte is just so good on its own. Like, all this stuff that comes out of it. We're going to see double Taskmaster instead. Yeah, a lot to consider there. I don't know what the best line was. It gets punished. But it might be an acceptable level of punish. And like, sometimes as well, you see... Let's say it was a purely negative outcome, which I'm not even convinced by at the moment. Sometimes that will happen, and then players will look at that and be like, oh, it was a mistake, or yeah, they got punished. But it's still the higher percentage play. They just happened to get kind of beat down in that one instance. Yeah, really not sure. Not sure what was correct there. And now just super duper awkward. Fan of Knives would give a ton of draws. Sprint is great. Like, you're going to need to play it at some point. But, slow, right? You're actually staring at 9 damage from the warrior. On a turn where they're going to start building up these big minions and stuff as well, so...
You.
Okay, ends up getting the draws there. Gonna be taking some minions out. The Shadow Step, the Acolyte. Maybe I don't think I like it, especially with the Leroy in hand.
Armor made to fit. Armor made to fit.
Yeah, and now this is a point where like Watkins is pretty much completely stabilized. You know, as Theo, you want to push damage instantly. Like, you don't want to play something on the board and have it sit, because now these armor smiths just generate near infinite armor in combination with the hero power. But he doesn't really have the ability to do that. Like, 21 damage just straight from hand. He's got, okay, and Eviscerate. He's got a combo. And Arcane Golem. A single Leroy Jenkins. And, yeah, no Shadow Step to even really do it. So, I can see, yeah, nothing there looks appealing. So you just go, okay, I guess I'll sprint, right? Like, I'm so desperate, and then I can't have 10 cards in hand. Just a dire situation. Baron Geddon gonna generate more armor than damage that it deals. So yeah, Theo's looking through everything here. I just don't see an out here. Sure, you can sap the Baron Geddon. Remove 7 damage. I know this feeling. You play a card, it draws something, you don't even know what you want it to draw. You're just praying that like some card that isn't even in your deck glitches into your hand or something. Okay, playing the Geddon now. Now, Shadow Step is a bunch more damage. He has the Cold Blood, he's got the Eviscerate. If I'm being as optimistic as possible, is there any, like, how much damage can this do? You can do, like, 4, you get 8. 12 with the Eviscerate, pick up 16 if you're to hit again. And you're not technically... well, yes, you are, because the effect from Baron Geddon. So you are dead. Ugh, oh, it's so bad. You might actually have to, like, backstab in Leroy just to survive. Okay, so this is how he's going to choose to kill Geddon. This, okay, the Eviscerate. Yeah, at least at this point with the Arcane Golem, it's like, well, there's no downside. The extra mana doesn't do anything. But yeah, slam with Grum. That's enough. For basically that whole game, we knew Theo was quite far behind. And just the way that it started was very, very unfortunate. Like I said, it might have been an appropriate risk with the Argent. It's actually very hard to tell. But yeah, didn't quite work out. Okay, but 2-1. It's not like this series is out of hand yet. Still within a game. And like I always say with these series as well, the more out of hand it starts to look, right, where one player starts to pull away, maybe they're up by 2 games or 3 games at any point, it actually starts to become more favored for the player that's losing, at least if you were to say they're 2 equally skilled players. And the reason being that you have a smaller set of decks that you're going to be up against, maybe 1 or 2 that you're up against, and you can tailor your picks to specifically counter those. So, something like this, Watkins knows he's got to win with Freeze Mage. Theo just still rolling with the Rogue. This one, so this can go either way. I think the aggro Rogue in Classic looks different than what this looked like, and you know, there was Miracle is what you would normally see versus Freeze. Freeze Mage did quite well against Miracle, though. It's got a lot of ways to deal with the board. It's got ways to generate armor, to prevent dying for a turn with Ice Block, and then it's got tons of burn, and the Rogue can't heal. So whether it's like Alex that does a bunch of damage, or it's just, you know, a bunch of fireballs, frost bolts, that kind of thing. Yeah, very, very, very potent for the mage. See, barrier here is going to be very, very big. I think you have to play the SI. It's just so ugly. But yeah, I think you do. Yeah, looking at how this is opening up, like there's a window for the Rogue to win.
This guy's
And that window is like before too many secrets come down that, yeah, are either, right, ice barrier or block, something that's going to prevent them from dying. It's before they get tons of burn. It's before they get tons of mana. The thing is, what we're seeing here is a really nice balance of draws from Watkins. Watkins has early mitigation with frost bolts, has these secrets to generate armor and then prevent dying. And then as Theo, you know, maybe Theo goes into Azure Drake or Sprint or something like that, Watkins is just going to continue to stall with Blizzard and keep getting draws, and it's just going to keep, I think, snowballing in his favor. Yeah, so we're seeing exactly that. This is also another one of these matchups. Very painful to say, like, throw down an Arcane Golem and, you know, give an extra mana. Really, really hurts. And then super vulnerable to, yeah, another Blizzard, Flame Strike, whatever it happens to be. I'm going to get a little bit of extra damage here with the Thalnos. Right, so it ends up being 6 in total. Still getting a draw. And these decks are different, right? It's different than Miracle. A lot of times against Miracle, it would come down to like a Flame Strike versus a Concealed Auctioneer. But it's going to be a lot more consistent with these sprints. You can just stay alive a lot easier, a lot longer. The thing is, the Rogue just doesn't want that to be too long, right? A little more sustain, okay, that's fine. But, you know, do I need 2 sprints in this matchup? Am I hoping to play 2 sprints? Well, absolutely not.
I hope you like my invention.
Mind if I roll need?
Yeah, and Watkins even knows, like, 2 damage here, especially before an Alex, not really going to be worth anything. So it's actually just better to get the draw, get another tool. and get it early, so you've got more options going forward.
Time runs out on me.
Okay, just gonna freeze here. Which again, I think is fine. You don't need a ton of bursts when you've got Pyroblast, right? You're looking at Alex into Pyroblast into Fireball, basically. And that's enough to kill your opponent. They're not going to be able to heal above that 15. Yeah, at this point, the additional mana doesn't really matter. Actually, I think this is like a very good read here by Theo. Theo very likely knows Alex is coming down next turn. So giving the additional mana doesn't matter at all. This is going to end up being a lot of damage. And kind of the nice thing here, so, okay, sure, it doesn't proc Ice Block. But it forces Watkins now to think a little bit more. Because if Watkins was to just play Alexstrasza, right, the hope is this 3-turn kill. It's Alexstrasza into Pyroblast into Fireball. And now Watkins has to rethink things a bit and be like, okay, do I Blizzard? And then hope that this doesn't proc next turn? But we see like a Leroy is there. You know, would you ever Blizzard and then have to heal with your Alex? You Blizzard, you Ice Lance the face, so you don't take the 3 there.
What to do?
Yeah, now it's an awkward turn. I would not be surprised to see this BGH actually be tradable here. Because yes, you can blast this Arcane Golem, but I think this Arcane Golem is probably just dying to some sort of board control anyway. So yeah, I think the tradable effect going to be better. And I do think this is the best move. I think you Blizzard. I think you Ice Lance. Okay, maybe not worried about 1 more damage. But we see it both ways, right? We see the Leroy and we see the Eviscerate. So even if frozen, Theo would have been fine to rock that. And suddenly, yeah, things looking up for Theo. So yeah, from Theo's side, you're now considering the opposite, right? You're thinking, okay, well, what if Alex is used defensively to heal, or you know, what are the chances of another ice block being in hand, or another ice barrier coming down, or something like that? So what's going to give me the best chance of lethal over 2 turns is basically it. No real risk of taunts or anything like that, right? So if you're thinking, do I play Leroy? Do I play the Eviscerate? Like a lot of times you might want to play Leroy. Yeah, you might want to play Leroy here because you're worried that your opponent plays a taunt, and then you can Eviscerate the following turn. Yeah, but Watkins in draw mode or heal mode, right? Those are your two options.
I bring life.
And I think, yeah, this is kind of where it got a little tough, because Leroy would have been more damage here. Now, like if if Theo had used Eviscerate, well, then Theo's got 6 damage from Leroy instead of assuming a combo to Eviscerate 4. I mean, we do see the Drake, right? The Drake can give some spell damage up to 5, but I think that's the only spell damage remaining in the deck. Actually still not looking bad, though, because you can Eviscerate for damage now. You can play the Argent Squire and Cold Blood. Probably next turn, like you do Fan and Knives for the combo, you can Cold Blood and have a huge swing on the Argent. And right now we don't see anything, like 2 Blizzards used up. We don't see like a Frost Nova. I forget the exact setup. I think there's 1 Cone of Cold as well.
Catch a few.
Not sure what the consideration is here. Maybe like another fan while you have the spell damage, and then you're going to be able to kill Alex.
The light protects me.
I think that that's fine. Yeah, I think that's probably optimal. So lots of damage here, but yeah, really hoping for the freeze. So probably going to play that Novice. Dig some more. Of course, you could play the Loot Hoarder and Ping, but then you're not going to have mana for anything else. So it's that Frostbolt is your backup plan. You'd be trading Alex and you'd be Frostbolting. And yeah, I don't think you want to play an Ice Block now. That's the math that Watkins is going to be doing. Hey, can I die? If I say trade with Alex, which I think you'd see, I Frostbolt, and then, you probably just ping the shield off, something like that, because you can sort of spread damage out while something's frozen. As long as you're not worried about like a silence to unfreeze, which you shouldn't be worried about here. You're thinking, yeah, can I take 15 damage? I believe the answer is no. Now that might just be more sensible. Yeah, saving the Frostbolt, I guess, for the freeze effect. Both the Ice Lances have been used. So it's not like you're saving it for that purpose, but you can freeze something so it can't swing, whether that's the hero or a minion. And now here, Theo is going to be able to, you can hero power to hit this Novice, and then get this really intimidating Cold Blood. And I guess that's where something like a Frostbolt's very useful. That being said, though, you would have had the shield pinged off with the other line, so yeah, do you Eviscerate now or later? There's no more spell damage, so I don't see the harm in just doing it now. But at the same time, keeping it in your hand, it's a little bit of a mystery as to what it is. The Ice Block is the Desperation. There we go. Okay, so Doomsayer Frost Nova. Really gonna help stabilize here. You still got 1 damage. Oh, and now with the Shadow Step. Okay, ooh, what do you do here? See, this is interesting. 5 cards in the deck. You could Shadow Step the Acolyte to try to get some subsequent draws. But even just the 1/4 body, kind of worth preserving. This Ice Block is really going to keep Watkins alive for a while. I'm trying to think what else you would save it for. I know that there's a Sprint left in the deck. Excuse me. You might want to save it for the other SI. I think that's probably actually correct. So I think you let everything die. Try to get into the SI. And then hopefully you're able to like combo the SI at least once, if not twice. Once with the Shadow Step, twice if you have some other card as well. 2 damage there is pretty painful. Yeah, you could have tried to do something very, very fancy with the Lepronome. The fact that there's another Doomsayer, so you can also like Shadow Step the Lepronome, and then on a Doomsayer turn, run it back out. And because this happens at the start of your turn, the secret's not active and it would kill you. The thing is, Watkins would then know that the Lepronome's there and can play around it. So unless there was like a desperation Doomsayer, it wasn't ever really going to be possible. But a serious concern here for Watkins now is how do you actually deal 29 points of damage, right? This is 19, and you can hit for 1 every turn, but you've only got 5 cards left in your deck. Right, this was not the double Pyroblast list. I should confirm that, but yeah, it is not. So you've got, what, a BGH? I guess, which can be a bit scary. Yeah, you don't play the Acolyte. The Acolyte is for the combo. That is your SI combo, I think. Pyroblast is fine. Okay, this is great. Deadly Poison. Proc the Ice Block. Watkins is not dead, though. Right. Frostbolt is going to be able to freeze, but a 1 in 3 to get the SI, and then that's game. With the sprint, that should be fine, because you can sprint, you can overdraw into fatigue. We'll see what happens here. Oh, it just gives up. Just gives up. Doesn't even care to play it out. The other card would have been a Shadow Step, so Watkins could have survived 1 more turn. I think no matter what, Theo does win that. But that assumes that Theo recognizes, he could play the sprint into the SI, get the combo. I always like when people play it out, try to force your opponent to make a mistake. You never know what types of things people will overlook. I mean, I think it was just the last tournament Watkins actually missed lethal with like some of Ysera's dream cards. I think it was like a Nightmare and Ysera Awakens, something like that. Which I'm an idiot. Okay, let me preempt this with yeah, I'm not that good at this game, but I noticed it right away. And this guy, Watkins is way better than me. Let's just make that very clear. Well, he missed it, and he ended up winning the game anyway. But yeah, I think if you can survive a little bit longer there, you might as well. So, okay, now it's going to be Freeze Mage into this Warlock. And Theo's Warlock was a little different than what we've seen from a lot of players here, right? He called it this accelerated control. Now, I don't think the accelerated portion of this is going to be very beneficial in this matchup. It's fine. If he's got some Knife Jugglers, some Argents, some Void Callers, things that are going to do a little bit of chip damage to Watkins, that's okay. He's got to do that damage anyway, right? It's not like he's got some crazy combo that's going to kill him. The win condition here still remains Jiraxis, and Jiraxis is good for 2 reasons. One, because he can generate armor, which is really, really nice after something like Alex. And 2, because the hero power, right? The other reason you always like him. I guess point number 3, the weapon that you get, also very, very strong. So it is still going to be a Jiraxis thing. But this is another matchup where I think there's a window, right? There's a window to win here. And I think that window is very fine. So you can see something here like, ooh, it's a little tempting to even Frost Nova prevent 4 damage. Or like, do I Frostbolt, take out the 3-2? Because yeah, the Defender follow-up is going to hurt, right? Is going to be painful. You at least have to respect it a little bit.
My shield for Argus.
So you're in that window to, push quite a bit of damage here. now you have to freeze. I was gonna say good chance we see Coin Blizzard. Maybe not. Maybe it's another Frost Nova, then into Coin Flame Strike. Hard to say, but unlike with Zoo, your traditional Zoo, you would just see that Flame Strike come down at some point, and then the Zoo player is reset, right? Their hand's just about empty. Yeah, they're in big trouble. This I find surprising. Curious what the thought is here. But yeah, anyway, that's not the case for Theo. Theo's got some bigger stuff. Actually, being able to push damage with these Hellfires could be very useful. And even just some chunkier minions, the Black Knight. Sure, it doesn't even need a target. A 4-mana 4/4. Still a little beefy. A little more health on the Farseer. You could do it in this sort of window where you just want to like get the 3/3 body, or you could try to save it for after Alex. And then if you end up getting Jiraxis in the next couple turns, like it's a totally playable card. So
Time runs out on me.
yeah, if Watkins is able to clear this board, still give Theo at least one draw. Like I think I like the Nova Coin Flame Strike play. I do. I still think Theo has a very reasonable chance of staying in. So here, yeah, gonna be taking 6 damage, which is pretty considerable, especially considering Watkins has no secrets right now.
None shall rise.
So yeah, just saying like, okay, go ahead, coin that Flame Strike, or do like a Doomsayer Frost Nova or something. Right, Blizzard is also less appealing because it's going to give a draw. That's why I actually quite like the Doomsayer here. Are we seeing double Doomsayer? Okay, and the double Doomsayer, boy, Watkins is a smart cookie. It's for the Siphon Soul. I didn't even really consider that. But yeah, for interesting. I think you used to be able to play Power Overwhelming on enemy minions, didn't you? Yeah, I'm sort of looking at these Hellfires like, is this appealing? You deal damage to yourself, you get a draw. Boy, if you did have some spell power, holy. You'd be so happy. Very interesting situation. Okay, this ice block is very helpful. This isn't going to be one of those games where you're using Alex offensively, especially the way that it's unfolded. I think there's a small chance in this matchup that you would do it anyway, just because the hero power, you know, eating away at so much of your health anyway. But yeah, no Jiraxis here on 8. Still 13 cards in the deck. But very interesting situation. We've got 10, 13, 19 damage in hand over 2 turns, plus some hero powers, right? Being able to do at least 1 over 2 turns. But we also have 3 heal right here. We got more heal in the Siphon Soul as well.
Almost out of time.
Yeah, see what he goes with. I like this, just establishing a bit of a board, getting a little bit of damage. It's really hard to deal with that Cairn, right? You can freeze it, but That's about it. And then it becomes this balance for Watkins. Like, he's not at the point where he can Pyroblast, Fireball, Frostbolt, right? Just yet. I mean, he could start pushing damage with the Fireball, Frostbolt and try to set up for this, kind of eventual lethal with the Pyroblast. But there's a lot of things that are going to get Theo out of the game. I think, yeah, just correctly recognizing. No, it's probably correct to stall here for a little bit. So yeah, the tradable BGH. Would not be surprised to see that traded. Very cheap to do so. Get the coil. Okay, not really a big deal. Yeah, I would expect to see this Acolyte come out. I think it's kind of the same from the side. It's like, I can't really kill Watkins now, and I can't guarantee any kills just because there's so... Or even procs of this Ice Block is really what he's thinking. Yeah, I can't guarantee any of that just because there's so much board control in the deck of Freeze Mage. So he's got to expect anything that he plays is going to get killed. But I think he also just doesn't want to play too passively. So, like, yeah, okay, the 1 Farseer, 3 minions. He's sort of straddling the line here. I'm going to be a little aggressive. I love this play. I think that's very smart. Okay, he does get out of 4th minion, but, like, he's even got that other Voidwalker. He's got the Bane sitting and waiting. And the thing is, you can clear this whole board with a Frostbolt and a Flame Strike. Which isn't unreasonable. It removes some damage from Watkins, but Watkins doesn't necessarily need that damage. If he clears here, he's got 10 damage from Pyroblast next turn, and then he's got 12 damage from the Fireballs, plus another 1 damage from the Firebolt. And he wouldn't be playing any minions, so that would also force Theo to not only Earthen Ring to heal out of that range, but Earthen Ring, play one of his own minions, and Siphon Soul it, which I believe, I should check, it is just destroy a minion. It's not an enemy minion. A lot of these things get changed over time, so... yeah, Theo certainly got to be worried about tapping and taking more damage, but he also has the potential to tap into Jiraxis, which is going to heal him back a bit, so I'm sure it's on his mind. But the alternative is really just, yeah, play the Squire, play the Voidwalker, play the Farseer.
The light
I think it's, yeah, it's going to be those with the Argus. Which I believe still keeps him out of that exact lethal range. I don't know if he's really considering that that is exactly what's coming his way, potentially. But if he is, it's very well. I think this is probably right. At this point, I think he said, I just need Jiraxis. I mean, you gotta get out the Juggler and the Voidwalker and just kind of pray something good happens here. But over the next 2 turns, he's gonna die if he doesn't get Jiraxis.
Put this apple on your head.
Why do you go?
But the thing is, by doing this, okay, interesting. By doing this, he is putting pressure on Watkins, right? This isn't easily dealt with. Now, they can be frozen and he's stalled out for another turn, but that gives another opportunity for Theo to get Jiraxis. If Watkins throws all caution to the wind, he can do 10 damage, set Theo down to 9, and then he's thinking, okay, I've got 13 damage. Well, what if Theo either has Jiraxis in his hand, or he draws him here? Well, if that's the case, then he's just out of lethal range. Boy, that would really suck. So Okay, but now Alex being a heal tool, getting the draw and the extra damage off of Cone of Cold is looking pretty good. Couple that with the hero power. The thing is, he can actually do something like Thalnos, Cone of Cold, hero power the face, get him to 18, and then that plan can kind of be executed. He doesn't need much more damage for Jiraxis, right? Jiraxis puts him to 24. This is 23. One more ping here on this turn is 24. So that's what I would want to see. Yeah, and he goes face. It's perfect. It's perfect. Yeah, so even with Jiraxis here now, this is like this 2-turn clock, except for Siphon Soul. And he's actually got 2 of them, so... yeah, just a lot going on right now. Jiraxis for sure going to be swinging. Now, maybe Watkins is sitting here thinking, oh, what if I held on to Thalnos for double Fireball at some point? Maybe that line ends up being a little better. But he still has him. He didn't actually hit Thalnos. And now with the Ice Block draw, I think it's pretty much a guaranteed win. Is this accurate? 7-14. So he's got 23. He can deal 15 damage. Then bring him down to 8. But he still has 2 heals off the Siphon Souls. Guys, it's the end of the tournament. I'm not even gonna try. Okay, so he is pushing the damage. Yeah, opting to not draw there, but keep Thalnos alive. I like. Potentially scoops up 1 extra damage next turn, or just absorbs a little bit of damage here. Which, honestly, probably doesn't matter. Okay, but Theo needs to recognize that he needs to double Siphon. So, alright, and he does. It's a pretty, yeah, pretty obvious read here. So you can Ice Block as well as Barrier. See, it is awkward. He can't use the Alex to heal. Is there no way that I'll trust Watkins in this, that there's no way he actually comes out of that ahead. I'm trying to think, though. Yeah, he would have been left with a little bit. I am not positive what was left with Watkins' deck. I'm assuming no more burst to draw into. You can't properly stall. Yeah, it does kind of seem correct.
I must protect the...
I certainly can't think of an out there, but anyway, that puts Theo up 3-2. Once again, I'm selfishly hoping for a game 7. I do like this though, the upset potential here. But this is, so, okay, so from Theo, this is a Freeze Mage. I think the biggest difference here, there's double Pyroblast, which I've always thought is like an interesting concept. I feel like it never works. I'm sure I've tried it. Maybe I've seen people try it. I don't know. It just never really seems to pan out. Though in my head, I always feel like it'll work out better. But against this ramp druid, and starting to look like already not going to have that wild growth on turn 2. So trying to think how these decks match up. Ancient of Lore is a very powerful heal, I believe we've got Farseers for Watkins as well. I'll confirm that. But yeah, we do. So 2 Farseers, 2 Lures. Okay, but already seeing a Frostbolt come down. I mean, the Hand of Theo doesn't really have anything else to deal with that ooze. I think ideally you kind of just want to like let it hit you for a little bit and use some sort of board clear. But you end up in a situation with like a risky Doomsayer that can get silenced, maybe even shot with the Wrath hero power. So yeah, I don't really see a cleaner way of dealing with that ooze. So unfortunately forced to use that, but now not really a lot of pressure from Watkins. I think Theo can just continue this whole, you know, let me draw as many cards as I want sort of thing. The thing is, you want to hold on to this coin. Like, you want to play Arcane Intellect, but you also want to hold on to the coin if you can. You want to hold on to Thalnos if you can. So it's a little awkward on 4 mana here. He might just opt to like play the Ice Block just to, you know, he's gonna do it at some point. Yeah, sure, a ping there, I think it's fine.
Time runs out on me.
Maybe he's thinking of one of these preemptive Doomsayers. Yeah, I guess that is the thought. It's interesting. It does prevent the play of an Azure Drake here. So it sort of gives a turn to let Theo let him cook a little bit here. And in some sense, I think it's good because it also empties out a card. Okay, now he's gonna strip a little bit of this armor. This armor is really, it's a big deal in this matchup. Okay, gonna be able to draw. Gonna be able to start running this stuff out. Boy, Reg is just so good in this matchup. You're able to deal damage. I mean, it doesn't matter here. There's no barrier, but being able to deal damage without actually swinging, such a big deal. And also just the body, very difficult to deal with. Considering there was ramp, you know, it's come out earlier.
Let the pain speak to me.
Okay, so we do have a Blizzard. We gotta do something like, you know, Blizzard Ping. Obviously a Frozen Ragnaros, not really all that scary. Being down at 14 here, very painful. Like, what you would love to do as Theo, and a big part of the reason why you like to keep the coin is you want to coin Alex, right? This is the turn to do it. Things are just really not working out here. I'm not too surprised by this, given the matchup. It's kind of the same problem that Warrior has when dealing with Druid. Just lots of sizable threats, and if they can come out early, especially if they're ramped out early, it's very hard to trade effectively and over a long period of time with them. So even like here, being able to do something like Sarah from Watkins, I mean, Karen is very good. There's a lot of stuff here that's just very powerful. But at least this is going to give some time, so now maybe next turn Theo feels comfortable with the Alex line. But I'm not sure exactly how comfortable, because what Watkins has to think is about this possibility. Okay, usually it's Alex plus 2 turns is the kill. Or sometimes you can get the perfect, double fireball, frostbolt. But especially with that little bit of armor, you're looking at 2 turns. So I think Watkins is sitting here going, okay, go ahead, play Alex. I'm threatening enough to pop that ice block. And then we see there's a barrier, there's a block. But yeah, if you're doing something like barrier now, you're sort of just delaying the inevitable. It's like, well, then what are you going to do? Play Alex next turn? Alright, so he freezes, he gets the barrier up. But let's see if, buying any time here actually helps. Now, I do think in this position, that's basically all you can do. And that's probably the read that he's making as well. Now thinking, like, do I want to kill this? Could be like a silence on it or something, plus the spell power. Or do I want to strip a bit of armor, because that armor is pesky. But boy, now it's given quite a lot of healing for Watkins here. And yeah, just so hard for the mage to deal with this. It's like turn after turn of just all these little threats. And yeah, it's like, come on, when can I play Alex? Yeah, this armor's getting to a point where this fireball is almost viable just to strip it alone.
Mind if I roll knee?
Okay, so once again, just kind of delaying here. But we got the swipes. Yeah, Ysera's almost going to generate too many cards. That's kind of the problem. I don't know, Wild Growth. Another hero power. Grew to the Claw, something like that. It doesn't look so bad.
I must safeguard the light. Time waits for no one. Job done.
Okay. I mean, it's sort of just the never-ending stream of minions. Not really allowing for anything sensible. Yeah, Theo's just forced to draw. Did you get a Doomsayer maybe? Something. But yeah, I mean, Alex was sort of a viable play before, and then Alex has just turned into... there's no way you can do it now. There's no sensible time to actually run her out.
I wonder.
Where shall I strike?
Okay. Doing that denies a bit of draw anyway. Okay, so I mean, we've got the Doomsayer and the Blizzard. It's just not that amazing. You know, you've got this Cairn, which I guess he's just gonna let the second half spawn out of. The Druid of the Clock can just take it out, which is wild. I just don't see. I mean, it really just seems like Theo's clawing his way through this. Like, he's doing everything he can, every little move to just stay alive, to be able to even start this combo, this like multi-turn combo, and it's just not happening. So at this point, yeah, he says, you know what? Forget it. Pop my ice block, I guess. Let's see if you don't have heals. And just can rudely shoot it in the head if he wants. But I don't even think that's going to be the line. I mean, he's got 12, like what is it, 17, 19? He's got enough to pop the ice block, and he can run this in with a Moonfire while still healing 7. So, there's probably other ways to do it, too. I mean, it doesn't even matter. I guess he could hit with these two, right? 17. Yeah, that's still enough to proc it. I mean, the only disadvantage there, I don't think there's a nice way, even with the Moonfire, to get him down lower on health. I think that's all he's trying to do, is get him to the minimum amount of health.
Time waits for no one.
While proccing Ice Block. Oh, nice. Yeah, he actually finds a way to do it at exactly 1. And now, yeah, you could stay alive one more turn with an ice block. But where's your damage coming from, right? You get like 4 damage off of Ice Lance. It is over, I believe. Yes, I mean, Theo's going to sit here, think through everything, right? This is the finals. You don't want to miss something obvious. Personally, I think you click this button, and then you click this portrait. But you can't blame a player for trying. Now, you're probably even thinking, like, what if I play the Loot Hoard, or I shoot? What can I draw, right?
Mind if I roll need?
Yeah, maybe the opponent disconnects, all those types of things. Yeah, just heal all the way back full. Good luck trying to kill me. There we go. Pyroblaster face. Okay. Yeah, pretty much what we expected to see. So, 3-3. We do get our game 7. Boy, is it Freeze Mage versus Freeze Mage again? I have to go to the bathroom so badly. There is no time. And now it will be 20 minutes before I get a chance. Freeze Mage versus Freeze Mage. Well, we talked through this the last time. I'm not going to go over it all again. It's a very, very... it takes a lot of thought. Okay, this matchup takes a lot of thought. But it's also very draw dependent on how you play it, right? You could say it's just luck. I don't think it's quite that simple. Obviously, there's a lot of luck involved if you get your Alexes and your ice blocks, or you get your burst. Sometimes you can just be incredibly unlucky. I'm gonna have to go attack my cat here. Give me 1 second.
I hope you like my invention.
Sniffing around the sink, shouldn't be doing that. But yeah, so there is a lot of luck in that, and in any mirror, right? You're trying to use your resources more effectively than the other player. So here, this is the whole deny as much draw as you can portion of the matchup. So we see this is the kind of thing. We've got these defensive pieces in the ice block. So one player's got the defensive pieces, the other player drawn into some of their offensive pieces. Obviously going to be able to do a bunch more draw here. Cat now that I've shooed her away, she's run to the window and started talking to herself. Okay. But yeah, a lot of thinking ahead, right? There's so many different lines. You do need to be very, very careful with how you play things. This is interesting. I am not an expert freeze mage player, so when I see a play like that, I go, wow, that's, obviously it allows the Acolyte to get more draws, but, using that burn for it is like, ugh, it seems like a lot. The one thing to note, though, is Theo does have 2 copies of Pyroblast, right? So one of the big differences, probably the biggest difference between these two players. Theo is the 2 Pyros, Watkins with just 1. So I think maybe that's why he's a little more eager to play that right off the bat. And we see 1 copy making its way into his hand. Yeah, so really not a lot to note. It's just 2 players, just 2 dudes, just 2 bros, just drawing cards. No big deal. There's always a threat of like overdraws here. And you can see here, you can force your opponent to overdraw. Now this can be crazy. If this hits like an Alex, oh, wait, that was the draw, sorry. But if this hits like an Alex, that's it. Ice Lance, okay. Not great. You're not happy about burning an Ice Lance. But yeah, both players just playing very patiently. I mean, I can't comment on too much. We see a little bit of burn gone from both players now. The 1 fireball used against the Doomsayer. Now the Ice Lance gone, so down to 14, 16. Now that is something worth noting, though. It's kind of a weird way to look at things, but again, players are very eager to burn cards, and I think it's the right choice here. To be clear, but the effect that it has of just burning an Ice Lance and not the most critical card in an Alex, it still does get Watkins 1 card closer to Alex. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword there. But we'll see now. Theo really just trying to just trying to make sure he doesn't overdraw. And so, yeah, not going to ping his own guy now. So he's at 8. And I wouldn't think you'll see a forced overdraw. require too many resources. Be a very risky move. But again, neither player drawing Alex. I mean, if you had that information, if you knew that the opponent didn't have Alex, you might actually, like, Frostbolt him. But yeah, instead just playing out a card that's not a very consequential card in the matchup. We see the same thing back from Theo. So at the very least, you know, both players are set up in almost identical situations. But they both recognize the situation that they're in, and they're just playing very quickly. So at least we're not sitting here on this, like, you know, on a razor's edge trying to figure out, oh my god, how do we progress in this game? But we see Alex get drawn by 9. And that's all you need. You just need Alex by 9. And this is where the game just suddenly takes a turn. It starts to get interesting. So, okay, both these secrets are up. You can actually use one of these Pyroblasts defensively. Maybe less willing to do it now because you've used the Fireball defensively. It looks like that's what he's going for. I'm just looking, like, what other tools do you have? Okay, this is fine too. We saw this earlier. We saw this earlier with this ice barrier, right? Not a lot of things are going to attack into you in this matchup. So letting Alex just swing and take out the ice barrier kind of just lets you ignore the problem for a turn. But yeah, the fact that we've seen this Alex now, this is what sort of starts the clock. If one player has Alex, the other player doesn't. You know, then the other player has to feel pressure. Well, now I need to be able to get my opponent into that kind of range. And honestly, it plays out very similar. Once again, other than the early Fireball that was used on the Doomsayer, by using that one Pyroblast to basically do the damage that Alex would do anyway, he's still got one Pyroblast in his deck, and so does Watkins, right? So Watkins proccing it already, and we don't see a backup here. Sure, there's an Alex to heal back to 15, but that's not going to do it. There's a Pyroblast right here. So there are draws. Okay, there's a barrier to negate this damage. There's freezes to hold it, but I don't know what Theo can do. I mean, even if you get the... Oh, like, even if you get the ice block, I don't know how you win this. You stay alive for another turn, sure, because you can freeze, you can get the ice block up. At some point, you need to be able to heal yourself with Alex, and you need to be able to strip this ice block and the next one. Like, you're so far behind. And that's really it. It just feels like a game where Watkins has had the advantage here. And it's just totally setting the tempo of it. So, okay, not immediately dead at this play. Right, so it's like, okay, you spawned it. Yes, you spawned it. You have to heal with Alex, but you didn't make any progress, unfortunately. You're hoping your own Alex can stay on the board. Did deal that 8 damage. We didn't make any progress against that 17 health. Jeez, and that's barrier, yeah. So, is there anything left here from Theo? Boy, this seems so just unfortunate for Theo. I think he's actually played fine. But yeah, really just feels like he didn't even have an opportunity in this game. And sometimes it's just how it is with mirrors, you know. If one player has a very similar deck to you, but they draw much better. Yeah, not a lot that you can expect. So, I mean, came down to game 7. Came down to another Freeze Mage mirror. But Watkins ends up taking it 4-3. Not really surprised that he took it. Very, very good player. But I thought Theo played really, really well in those finals, actually. I thought put on a really good show. Yeah, came in as a bit of an underdog there at the end. But I don't know. Really made me rethink that statement. Maybe he's not as much of an underdog as I made him out to be. Okay, I think, though, I know oftentimes we do the winner's interview. We just did the winner's interview with Watkins during the last tournament. My cold is it's getting pretty nasty here as this progresses. I actually have, like, things to do tonight, and I'm worried I'm not going to have a voice too much. So, not going to be doing a winner's interview for this one, but big congratulations to Watkins. Just go back and watch the VOD for the last tournament. It's up on YouTube. It's on Twitch. If you want to hear the man talk. Yeah, very, very talented player. Smart guy. Seems great. Yeah, nothing but good things to say. So, appreciate it. Thank you, Theo, for putting this on. Thank you, everybody, for playing. Thank you, everybody, for watching. As always, very, very nice to have the community come together, have an event like this. But yeah, I think stay tuned in the next couple of weeks. I think there might be up to 2 more of these if you're really digging the Hearthstone Classic tournaments coming back. Yeah, if you want to participate, jump into the Classic Discord. You just want to watch, come in the stream, or yeah, you spectate in the Hearthstone client, whatever it is. But yeah, anyway, big thank you to everyone who was a part of this. I'm going to hop off now. Take care, everybody.